lapsed long back. It has been given 7 days time to file a response with that regard and also to comply by the notice and what all has been asked. They have been asked to put down such claims from their website, and with that the NAC director professor has also said that this is a very misleading claim meant to deceive the parents, also the students or also who might come here for the admission. With that, within a few minutes of the show cause notice that went viral, which was issued by NAC to the university, the university's website also went down by the university authorities for that matter. Security agencies started probing with that regard also, that why has been the university website taken down by the authorities. Now the financial audit, as we have mentioned earlier, is of course the next big course of action, because it is important. As we speak, Rakshita, you can see the visuals again, how the movement of the top officials continues to enter inside the premises of Falah. More such movements are expected inside Falah, because it's a big development that the Brezza in question belongs to the terror Dr. Shaheen. Now, as we see how the whole procedure panned out with regards to investigation in these suspected cars that are associated with the said terrorists. So, of course, a proper procedure will take place. We have the bomb squad inside. Many such other departments are also expected to arrive here any moment. With that, if we now circle back to the point of the financial audit of the college, of course, as mentioned earlier, this had to be the next course of action of the security agencies, because it is very important to understand, for that matter also establish the financial track record, the trails as to from where the financial funding they were getting, how they were using the funds, because we had three major phases of the terror module, the Faridabad terror module behind the Delhi blast case, and it was harboring for not just several months but years now. Muzammil Shakil was a part of this university for several years now. So these are the details that we are picking up, Rakshita.
Right. Right, many thanks, Soumya. We'll keep coming back to you as the investigation continues, and viewers on the other side will get you how the role of Pakistan is becoming very, very clear, the face of terror. Who is behind this attack? And one by one, we'll piece together this entire puzzle as the investigation is only widening day by day, hour by hour. Stay tuned to Republic TV's continuous rolling coverage.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings Powered by collegedunia.com.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clear. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handlers in Afghanistan. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha as per sources. Terrorist Umar seen at 5 places before the blast at the Red Fort parking. He also is spotted visiting the heart of Delhi, that is the Connaught Place. New CCTV image of Umar, this is the bomber of the Delhi blast, shows him hidden in the Fazl-e-Ilahi Mosque. Haryana police reaches the headquarters of Falah University in Okhla. Financial accounts of the university to be investigated by agencies. Home Minister Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding on the Delhi blast. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present at the meeting. Okay, we have updates coming in. We have updates coming in on this story. Exercise Thrishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding in Chief Southern Command reviews the operational readiness. Alright viewers, Republic TV continues to report from the blast site and multiple vantage points from Faridabad to Okhla. The investigation underway in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Now, my colleague Niranjan will tell you this entire terror doctor web. This entire web, viewers, that is being dismantled every single day, viewers. Here's a lowdown of this, the faces of this white-collar jihadi module.
Rakshita, what has happened is, since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout. And he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers. Getting in more breaking news, one of the key conspirators, one of the terror doctors, Adil Rathar. Republic has accessed a ticket. And this ticket was found in the dustbin, we are told, terror doctor Adil. A ticket that was found in the dustbin. This is a Republic TV exclusive. That's his Indigo flight ticket. That's his name, route, Srinagar to Delhi, flight, number mentioned, date 31st of October 2025. Adil Rathar. His name mentioned on the boarding pass. That's a boarding pass. And on the boarding pass of this terrorist, we see that he traveled to Delhi, from Delhi to Srinagar. So it was a Delhi-Srinagar which confirms that he was going back and forth. And his last trip between Delhi and Srinagar was on the 31st of October, exactly 10 days before the Delhi blast. 10 days before the Delhi blast, Adil Rathar had traveled to Srinagar. He had returned from Srinagar. Zinat, he had returned from Srinagar. Does this match what the family has been saying? Zinat, have you been able to talk to his family? What has his family said? Does it match what they have been saying all along?
See, as far as the family of the Adil is concerned and the Muzaffar, they have been questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and that is why the leads are emerging as far as Dr. Muzaffar's role is concerned, who, as per the reports, they suggest now that he has a role who has played a role in the blast, because he has been touched with along with his brother to Pakistan. ISI, they have met ISI officers in Turkey also, and before this blast triggered, he had already left from the Kashmir Valley 10 days ago. So that makes it more interesting, and it also tells you how the investigating agencies are cracking each and every lead. It's not only that they have kept the men in custody, but rather they are working day and night to get more and more details. And now the J&K police in touch with the Interpol to issue a notice, to look out notice for Dr. Muzaffar. So this tells you about the gang of the doctors who are the white collar terrorists and have been into the terror business, the kind of blast that Delhi witnessed couple of days back that has consumed multiple lives. Many of the people are still recovering from the injuries, and here in the Kashmir Valley we see the more and more arrests being taking place as far as the Adil is concerned, the Muzaffar is concerned. Then there comes another lead from the Kazigund, Arif Mir, who is a cardiologist student, who is a postgraduate cardiologist and comes from the family of police, and he has another 3 siblings who are also in doing their MBBS in other mode of education. But again, that man is also in question because he's been detained by the ATS in connection with Dr. Shahin's custody live with Srinagar police. So lot of things, the place is turning more dramatic and more interesting as far as the leads are concerned, because we are seeing many activities taking place at Srinagar Cargo where arrests have been kept. They are going through the phase of interrogation, whether it is Muzammil or it is Adil or then Shahin, the doctor, then Molvi, the radical preacher, the Irfan who comes from Chopin. And in all these raids we have seen since yesterday itself, the 10 people have been detained for the questioning, and out of 10, the 3 are the government employees. So if you remember, Niranjan, we have seen for the last 2 years the administration of the LG is identifying moles in the Kashmir, in the departments, in different departments, and he has been dismissing the people from the service, for which a lot of hue and cry was made by the main political party and the opposition that this cannot go like this, LG cannot do it. But seeing now that, so what the findings of the LG administration, that is why many of the doctors, many of the professors, those who have been working in the universities, they were dismissed from the service. Even the lot that is even being questioned, the doctors lot, those who are now working with the Falah University, because one of the doctors whose name is Dr. Nisarul Haq, who was earlier, I remember during 2009-10, he was the president of the Doctor Association Kashmir. He too was dismissed by the LG administration. Later he found his way for livelihood from the Falah University. He was taken into question by the NIA. There had been a statement from his wife that her husband has nothing to do, but he is cooperating with the investigations of the NIA. So NIA again is in focus as far as the questioning is there, because taken over the case is lying with the NIA, from J&K police to SIA to CIK, the NIA, the central agencies are investigating. So this is a multi-layer and it has spanned to multi-states apart from India. We are now seeing the cords are getting connected. From, if you remember, the raids taken place in Badgam against the Dr. Fai, who is the resident of the United States of America. Yes.
Because we've picked up some more inputs, and I have some more breaking news coming in from Saharanpur. Now, this Dr. Adil Ahmed Ratar, a Jammu and Kashmir terror doctor, arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, he was one of the critical pieces. November 6, 4 days before the blast, he was picked up from Saharanpur. Republic had reported on that day that an arrest had happened from Saharanpur for alleged links with the Pakistan-based terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was working as a medicine specialist at famous Medicare hospital in Saharanpur, having joined on the 20th of March 2025 after leaving another hospital called Vibras Hospital. And prior to his Saharanpur stint, Dr. Adil Ratar worked at the Government Medical College in Anantnag. So all these terror doctors have a common link. They all worked at GMC Anantnag. Till October 2024, he was in GMC Anantnag. His arrest followed evidence of his involvement in putting up Jaish posters in South Kashmir, and he's suspected of planning attacks in Delhi, Western Uttar Pradesh. Here's a report that we have from Saharanpur of this terror doctor.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा है जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए। ये देखिए घर का दूसरा दरवाजा है और इस दरवाजे का इस्तेमाल इसलिए किया जाना था ताकि अगर कोई जांच एजेंसी, कोई टीमें यहां पर पहुंचे तो कैसे जल्दी से डॉक्टर आदिल अपने और अपने साथियों को इस दरवाजे के रास्ते भगा दे। ये देखिए ये जो गली मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये गली पूरी सुनसान है। यहां पर ना कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं और ना ही देखिए यहां पर एक रात में परिंदा भी पर मारेगा निकलकर, क्योंकि गलियां थोड़ी खाली हैं। यहीं के क्या रहने वाले आप लोग भैया? तो देखिए गली में यहां पर यहीं के रहने वाले हैं। तो देखिए फिलहाल ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के रहने वाले नहीं है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम यहाँ पर चल रहा है। लेकिन अब चंद कदम की दूरी पर देखिए वो मस्जिद है जिस मस्जिद में डॉक्टर आदिल जाकर देखिए नमाज पढ़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जो वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ पर वो नौकरी के लिए जाता था। गौरव, कौन सी वो मस्जिद जहाँ पर जाता था नमाज के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए सामने वो दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, वो दरवाजा जो दिख रहा है वही आसमा मस्जिद है। उस आसमा मस्जिद में आदिल जाता था। आदिल जाने के बाद वहाँ पर सीढ़ियों से चढ़ता था, अंदर जाके नमाज पढ़ता था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि 1-2 बार आदिल को यहाँ पर नमाज पढ़ते हुए देखा गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आदिल नमाज पढ़ने के बाद दोबारा अपने रूम पर आता था और यहाँ से इन्हीं सुनसान गलियों के जरिए पैदल बाहर सड़क तक जाता था और जाने के बाद ऑटो करने के बाद वो हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाता था, जहां पर वो अपने काम को अंजाम देने के बाद रात के समय दोबारा वापस इसी कमरे पर आता था।
तो देखिए बिल्कुल ये वो मस्जिद की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल देखिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए आता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर दाखिल होता था। इस मस्जिद के अंदर भी कुछ लोगों का ये कहना था कि यहाँ पर उन्होंने डॉक्टर आदिल को देखिए देखा भी था। फिलहाल देखिए मस्जिद ये बंद है। कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं कि कोई आए, उनसे भी हम बातचीत करें। जब डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर देखिए दाखिल होता था, देखिए ये वो गलियां जिसमें रहता था। ये फिलहाल वो मस्जिद जिसको हमने आप दिखाया, वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, यहाँ से कुछ ही किलोमीटर की दूरी पर, जहाँ पर देखिए जाकर वो नौकरी करता था। उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर उसने ज्वाइन की, बहुत अधिक सैलरी पे। लेकिन उस अस्पताल प्रबंधन से जब हमने कुछ देर पहले बातचीत की अनामिका, तो वहां पर ये कहा गया कि हम इस बारे में बयान अभी हम दे नहीं रहे, लेकिन 12 बजे जब मैनेजमेंट की टीमें आएंगी वो बताएंगी इस बारे में कि आखिर कैसे डॉक्टर आदिल यहाँ पर आए। क्योंकि यहीं पर जब 37 दिन पहले ब्लास्ट के शादी समारोह में सभी जो है आतंकी शामिल होते हैं, ये तय किया जाता है कि कैसे दिल्ली के हर एक इलाकों में, लखनऊ में, फिर यूपी में हथियारों की सप्लाई करनी है, ब्लास्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचानी है। अब देखिए वो जो घर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, घर जो है किस तरह से सामने जो है खाली प्लॉट वहां पर है। हालांकि देखिए लोग इस पूरे बड़े मामले पर बचने से दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो शख्स यहाँ पर रहते हैं गलियों में, देखिए उसी के पास उस शख्स का घर भी है जो ये नकार रहा है कि देखिए हम नहीं जानते इस घर में कौन रहता था। हालांकि लोगों का ये कहना कि हाँ वो छुप छुपा कर यहाँ पर आता था, जाता था। अब देखिए इस पूरे गली में कहीं आपको सीसीटीवी नहीं दिखाई देगा। बड़ा बड़ा ये देखिए यहाँ पर मकान यहाँ पर बने, बड़े बड़े घर यहाँ पर बने। लेकिन डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था वो यहाँ पर आतंकी ग्रुप को इसीलिए बुलाता था ताकि जो है किसी भी देखिए तरह से यहाँ पर लोग जो है कैमरे में कैद ना हो। और इसीलिए अभी तक कोई भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब आदिल की यहाँ से मूवमेंट होती थी वो अभी तक सामने नहीं आ पाई कि आखिर कैसे आदिल यहाँ से अस्पताल की तरफ जाता था, कैसे नमाज पढ़ने के लिए जाता था। अभी तक फिलहाल वो सब सामने नहीं आ पाया। घर के बाहर देखिए मीटर लगा है, लेकिन इस घर का मालिक भी अभी इस समय फरार है। वो घर का मालिक अभी तक गौरव सामने नहीं आया जो इसका मकान।
बिल्कुल, देखिए मास्टर जाकिर इस घर का मालिक बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक वो लापता है। उसका कोई पता नहीं, उसके गाँव का अभी तक कोई पता नहीं लग पाया है। लेकिन सबसे आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहाँ से गिरफ्तार करके ले गई, जब से वो बिल्कुल लापता दिखाई दे रहा है। अभी तक उसकी कोई सूचना पुलिस तक को नहीं है,
पुलिस को भी नहीं मिल पाई जी। आखिर दिल्ली में जो आतंकी ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बीज कहां पर बोए गए, आखिर उसकी फसल कहां पर देखिए सबसे पहले तैयार हुई, उसी का खुलासा रिपब्लिक भारत इस समय हर दिन कर रहा है और कई अहम कड़ियां सामने आ रही हैं। यह है सहारनपुर का देखिए वी ब्रॉस हॉस्पिटल, जहां पर डॉक्टर आदिल जो आतंकी था, जो जैश के संगठन से जुड़ा था, जो हथियारों की सप्लाई करता था, जो लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करता था, वो यहां पर आकर सबसे पहले नौकरी किया। यहीं पर लोगों को लगातार वो मिलाने लगा और दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के 37 दिन पहले यहां पर सभी डॉक्टरों, जो आतंकियों की फौज है, वो यहां पर मुलाकात करती है। फिर उसके बाद स्क्रिप्ट पूरी तैयार की जाती है, पटकथा की आखिर कैसे पूरे देश भर में ब्लास्ट किए जाएं, धमाके किए जाएं। लेकिन आखिर देखिए ये जो ठिकाना मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, जहां पर देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल आया नौकरी करने के लिए, और अभी फिलहाल देखिए अस्पताल मैनेजमेंट जो इस बारे में बताएगा कि आखिर कैसे यहां पर वो पहुंचा। देखिए तस्वीरें, यहां पर आया डॉक्टर आदिल, सबसे पहले नौकरी किया, फिर उसके बाद फेमस मेडिकेयर में जाकर उसने ज्वाइनिंग की, और भी कई अहम कड़ियां इसमें सामने आ रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे यहां तक वो पहुंचा, कैसे वो देखिए बैंक अकाउंट खुलवा रहा है हर जगहों पर, क्योंकि आखिर पहला ठिकाना उसने यहां पर क्यों बनाया, कितने की सैलरी पर वो ज्वाइन किया, और यही नहीं उसके घर में कौन कौन से लोग मुलाकात के लिए आते थे, इस बारे में भी देखिए बातचीत अब की जा रही है। यहीं से रोज देखिए डॉक्टर आदिल जो एंट्री करता था, अस्पताल में दाखिल होता था, बहुत मोटी सैलरी पर देखिए यहाँ पर वो ज्वाइन किया था, लेकिन जो उसने किराए पर मकान लिया इस अस्पताल से देखिए चंद कदम की दूरी पर, उस मकान में भी 2 दरवाजे थे। 2 दरवाजे होने का मकसद ये था कि अगर कोई आगे से मुलाकात करने के लिए आया तो कैसे उसको पीछे रास्ते वापस कर दिया जाए। 5 से 6 गाड़ियां डॉक्टर आदिल जो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कश्मीर से नौकरी के लिए आया डॉक्टरी की, उसके यहाँ लोग मुलाकात करने के लिए हर दिन जाते थे। उन संदिग्ध गाड़ियों में कौन से लोग आते थे उनसे भी पूछताछ इस समय की जा रही है। लेकिन आखिर 37 दिन पहले सहारनपुर का वो देखिए जो है लोकेशन था जहां पर लोग मुलाकात करते हैं एक शादी समारोह में, और आतंकियों ने पूरी पटकथा लिखी कि आखिर कैसे देश को धमाके की आग में झोंका जाए, देश का माहौल बिगाड़ा जाए। सहारनपुर लोकेशन रखने का मतलब एक था, क्योंकि यहाँ से दिल्ली, लखनऊ, मथुरा, ये तमाम देखिए लोकेशन है उत्तराखंड जैसे, जिसको देखिए यहाँ पर निशाने पे, टारगेट पे लिया जाए आतंकियों के जरिए। आशीष जी, अभी तक क्या कुछ जांच हो रही है, और जिले में जिस तरह से आदिल ने डेरा डाला हुआ था, अभी इस बारे में क्या कुछ खुलासे आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
देखिए 6 तारीख को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस थी, उसने हमसे रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि उनका एक सस्पेक्ट है यूएपी एक्ट में, और उनको गिरफ्तार करने में उनकी मदद की ज़रूरत थी। तो उसमें हमारी एसओजी टीम ने उनकी मदद करके उनको अरेस्ट करवाया, और उसके बाद में वेरियस जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज़ थी उन्होंने उनकी इंटरोगेशन की। उसके बाद में जो कोर्ट में ट्रांजिट रिमांड के लिए उसको भेजा गया, और भेजने के बाद में फिर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के साथ में उसको रवाना किया गया। आगे फिर जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई है वो आपके सामने है, और अभी जो भी वेरियस इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज़ जो भी हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत जिसको भी पड़ती है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस है, सभी को मदद की जा रही है, लगातार मदद की जा रही है। और जनपद में चेकिंग वगैरह भी की जा रही है, जो रेलवे स्टेशंस या जो हमारे बॉर्डर्स हैं उन सब पे भी चेकिंग की जा रही है, और कुल मिलाकर स्थिति पे हमारी नज़र बनी हुई है, और जैसा भी जो भी एजेंसीज़ के काम चल रहे हैं उनमें सभी में सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है।
देश को दहलाने वाला इतना बड़ा आतंकी सहारनपुर में रहता है डॉक्टर आदिल, क्या खुफिया जानकारी, कुछ इस तरह के इनपुट आप लोग को पहले नहीं मिले? सर
देखिए, कुछ फैक्चुअल डिटेल्स हैं, कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स हैं। जो फैक्चुअल डिटेल्स हैं वो हमने आपसे शेयर कर दी हैं। ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स जो हैं वो जो है इंटरनल होते हैं, और उन सबको उस पर निगाह हमारी लगातार बनी हुई है, और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी उसको अपडेट किया जाएगा।
There is a key Pakistan link that is now emerged, ladies and gentlemen, and his name is Muzaffar Ahmad Ratar, brother of Adil Ratar, brother of the terror Dr. Adil, who is also a key suspect in the Delhi blast case. Now, this man is the Pakistan linked. He's someone who was in touch with the Jaish handlers. He was in touch with a Pakistani handler who was based in Afghanistan and allegedly directed Umar Nabi, the car bomber, to carry out the attack. So Muzaffar was the man holding the remote control. Along with Muzabil, Muzaffar visited Turkey in 2022, met a Pakistani handler in Istanbul, and he was coordinating the terror module from Dubai, but shifted to Afghanistan after Dr. Adil's arrest. The Afghan investigation itself is ongoing, with authorities examining their connections and also movements as we speak. But his name becomes extremely critical. This was a story that we broke this morning of Muzaffar, the man that you see on your screen. He's also a doctor, a terror doctor who visited Afghanistan and earlier went to Turkey with Umar Nabi. Here's a report.
Right now we are outside the residence of Dr. Adil and Muzaffar. Adil is already in the custody of J&K police, the Srinagar police, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police has requested Interpol, as they had approached Interpol, to issue a red corner notice as well as the Muzaffar is concerned. Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module. Muzaffar is rather a brother of Dr. Adil, who was among the 8, including the doctors arrested in the case related to Red Fort. Muzaffar's name surfaced during interrogation of these arrested. They said he was the part of the doctors' team that visited Turkey in 2021 along with Muzammil and Omar Ganai. Omar, who was driving the vehicle, because of him that Red Fort blast occurred. Even the DNA samples have matched with his mother, and today now the hunt is for Dr. Muzaffar, who is the brother of Adil, because Adil is the one from whose locker in GMC a rifle, the AK-47 rifle, was recovered. He has been taken into custody, arrested by the Srinagar police. Meanwhile, there are multiple coordinate search operations going on in the entire Kashmir, but meanwhile the focus continue to remain here in Kazigund, Kulgam, and also in Avantipora and Anantnag and Pulwama, where from Dr. Umar actually hailed, and Dr. Muzammil, who still remains in the custody of Srinagar police.
And as we speak, the Falah University has become the central focus of the investigation, because that's where all of these terror doctors had a common link. They all were working or studying at the Falah University. Haryana police has reached the headquarters of this university called Falah, and the office itself is in Okhla in Delhi. Those are pictures coming in of the police at the Falah University. They've been going in and out, and their office, their headquarters in Okhla, Delhi, was also searched. Their accreditation is now being scrutinized. NAC is going to look at the accreditation very, very closely. But Falah University tried to wash its hands off these terror doctors, tried to say that they had no affiliation with them except for the fact that they were faculty. That's not the truth, because they were there, and one of the cars suspected to have been used in the module for the bombings was also found inside the Falah University. How did this university operate? How did it get away? My colleague Shambhavi has also been investigating the story. Those are pictures, by the way, of Republic going inside Falah. We hear that most of these terror doctors were operating from one particular section in one particular building, wing of the Falah University. Those are pictures of the investigators at the university today, and we have a report. Let's play it out.
इतनी बड़ी चीज हुई है जिसमें फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम बिल्कुल बीच में आ रहा है, द सेंटर ऑफ इट, उस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मैडम, ये एक दुखद घटना हुई है। यूनिवर्सिटी इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत दुख में है, सदमे में है, और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, इतने नोबेल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद उन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, आइसोलेटेड वाली हरकत की है, उनके खिलाफ पूर्णतः कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जो लोग इसको उन लोगों को रेडिकलाइज किया है, जिन लोगों ने भी किया है, उनके खिलाफ भी पूरी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उन्हें जस्टिस पे लाना चाहिए।
और सर, इसकी फंडिंग को लेके, फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फंडिंग को लेके बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं, उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है, फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है। फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से, किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है। फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है। फलाह एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है।
Taking a break on our non-stop coverage of the Delhi blast conspiracy, ladies and gentlemen, Umar Nabi, the bomber, the terror bomber of Delhi, had recce'd the Connaught Place in the national capital. There is a video that shows his car, a Hyundai i20, near Connaught Place. Was it one of the targets? Looking at that angle. Umar Nabi spotted outside the Fazal Ilahi Mosque. Fazal Ilahi Mosque, where he visited. He spent some time before leaving from the mosque and bombing Delhi. The car bomber hid in a mosque in the national capital. Let that sink in.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The startup park by IQ Ventures continues to set new benchmarks for India's innovation ecosystem. And today's Deep Tech conference in Bengaluru exemplifies this vision. The venue is alive with energy as founders, creators and investors gather to exchange ideas and launch new ventures. A highlight of the day is the arrival of Akshat Agarwal, founder of Arya, whose mission is to create dynamic co-living and co-working spaces for ambitious builders. As Akshat shares his story, Startup Park stands out as a platform empowering innovators to turn bold ideas into reality, fostering an environment and atmosphere where daring projects and meaningful communities thrive side by side. At Startup Park, events like Deep Tech Conference offer a space for experimentation and real connection, perfectly aligned with Akshat's vision for Arya. During his expert talk, he challenges attendees to imagine future societies, harnessing collaboration to reshape urban living.
He's the Pakistan link unmasked by Republic Muzaffar Ahmad Rathar, the man who was in touch with the Pakistani handlers travelling to Pakistan, travelling to Afghanistan, travelling to Turkey. His role has been unmasked by Republic. This is a Turkey link to the Delhi blast. Key meetings took place in Turkey. Muzammil and Muzaffar travelled to Turkey. Details of the meeting on Republic. Umar Nabi, the car bomber Rakit Connaught Place. Was Connaught Place also a target? There's also a video now that shows how maybe it was to be chosen as one of the terror targets. Another CCTV emerges showing Umar Nabi, the car bomber, the man who blew up the car, the Hyundai i20 in Delhi, leaving a mosque called Fazal Ilahi Mosque in Delhi just hours before the blast. Falah University, which turned out to become a Jaish-e-Mohammed den, is being investigated. Police at its headquarters, funding is being investigated. Back-to-back meetings in Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Details on Republic. Exercise Thrishul underway as India sends a message that it is completely war ready. Getting in breaking news right now of another doctor who's been arrested. These are details that we're picking up. Dr. Farooq Ahmad Dar from the Falah University has been arrested and he's being investigated. The doctor was picked up from the Falah University. Dr. Farooq Ahmad Dar from the Falah University has been arrested. These are details that we're picking up. Going across to our reporters, also sharing the details. Zeenat is joining us. Zeenat, what do we know about Farooq Ahmad Dar's role?
Niranjan, see, this Farooq Ahmad Dar, he comes from Central Kashmir's Budgam district and has been associated once again with the Falah Institute in Faridabad. Now the Delhi police has made an arrest, as we know that Delhi police is being accompanied by Jammu and Kashmir police, J&K police camping in Delhi, Faridabad and Haryana to get into the case because the leads of the initial leads were generated by the Srinagar police. Now the doctor who comes from Central Kashmir's Budgam and was affiliated with Al-Falah, because Al-Falah is an institute where from we are getting the doctors who have been were in nexus with each other as far as the entire story of the Red Fort blast is concerned. He has been taken into custody and he has not been detained. Rather, he has been arrested by the Delhi police. That tells you that he is spilling more and more beans. Now he needs to be seen that what kind of role was he playing as far as this terror module, the Jaish Mohammed module is concerned, how far his links were, whether he providing any logistical support or he was a courier in its form to help these doctors or the terrorists in the white coat. So the another breaking is that the Delhi police has made an arrest of a doctor who actually hails from Budgam district but has been associated with Al-Falah. See, from Al-Falah we are seeing that Dr. Muzammil has been part, Dr. Muzaffar is a part, Dr. Shaheen is a part. Now this another doctor who is identified as Farooq Dar is from Al-Falah. So the 4 doctors from the same institute is in news, and that for the bad reasons they are making the headlines. It seems that more arrests will be in the coming time, because as Srinagar police has approached Interpol for the red corner notice, what made them to approach Interpol again is a part of the investigation that tells that Srinagar police has laid its hand on something very serious for which they have approached Interpol. And as far as the Turkey links are concerned, ISI, because right from the day one we've been saying that the entire story, the strings of this entire story is in Pakistan, though government of India has not named Pakistan in this barbaric plot, but the strings are there. There we see that everything is getting connected, whether Pakistan operating from its own soil,
I have some breaking news coming in, Zeenat.
Their people operating.
Zeenat, I have some breaking news coming in. Be with me. Shawan is getting in some breaking news in right now. ED is going to file a case against the Falah University. Story breaking on Republic. Once again, another big update. First on Republic. So you'll see all of the channels will now follow us. But that's because only because we are leading the coverage on the Delhi blast conspiracy. ED, the Enforcement Directorate, is going to file a case on the Falah University. Top government sources confirming to Republic that there are suspicious financial transactions that will be probed. Government sources adding that the management version of donations is not really adding up. Sources also telling Republic that management, which has said money was raised only through fees, is not really adding up. Sources saying that the owner is linked to the chit fund scam. Sources telling Republic also that the owner has been arrested in the past in a chit fund scam. So this university, which has become a Jaish-e-Mohammed den, is going to face more heat, with the Enforcement Directorate also getting into the thick of things and investigating the financial angle. And there are many questions, many loopholes in the story. Al-Falah, what it says on record doesn't really add up. Shawan is joining us live. Shawan, when we were going through the university website, which of course now has been taken down, one of the critical aspects I noticed when I looked at the website is how the Al-Falah, not just the university but the trust, had a lot of these crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, asking for funds kind of initiatives, right? Now, it doesn't add up. If they were getting money only through fees, and if they were doing well, why were they doing this? Asking for money, asking for funds.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, let me first take our viewers through a key meeting that took place earlier today. Top government officials were basically called to take forward this entire investigation that is basically going on. One is certainly the security concern that the nation faces at this stage, keeping in mind that there was a larger nexus at play. But having said that, most of these centers, for instance, Al-Falah being one such, has been a cause of concern because they believe that these are now becoming centers of radicalization. Let me just quickly add to this. One of the sources that I spoke to was part of the meeting. He's essentially indicated that the government wants a complete cleanup on these centers who have basically acted as fronts of various organizations, and they are dubious to say the least. Now, as far as Al-Falah University is concerned, after the blast took place and the case was basically taken over by the National Investigation Agency, you've had a parallel investigation already being conducted by various other agencies. Now, the Enforcement Directorate only comes into the picture primarily because they suspect that this is not about just funding coming in from, say, for example, local sources. It is about funding that is coming in from across across the border. And also the fact of the matter is that this entire doctor module, now it is becoming clear, was being run from Dubai. That is the reason why they suspect that there could be some suspicious financial transactions, because if you really look at the way they've been expanding their tentacles, particularly the owners of Al Falah, you would clearly understand the fact that this is not about just one university. I'm given to understand that one of their owners, in fact, was taken into custody in the past. This was in a chit fund scam and has also been behind bars for several months put together. So he himself has a dubious past to begin with. Secondly, with regards to the number of people who have essentially been enrolled, of the 900 students, 109 are only from Jammu and Kashmir. This is nothing against any particular community, or for that matter, nothing against Kashmiri students. But having said that, there are vulnerable students who have been already radicalized, and that is the reason why it is becoming a cause of concern for the security agencies right now, because they believe that given the fact that certain ideology has been adopted by the students, they fear that the radicalization has gone to the extent where they've been motivated to carry out lone wolf attacks. So these are some of the major concerns, and it has been fueled by certain organizations from abroad and few local organizations who have been the conduits for terror organizations like Jaish Mohammed.
Yeah, and what are they looking at? Is it only the ownership? Because one of the key facts that hit us when we were looking at Al Falah is how a large number of students were from Jammu and Kashmir. And you spoke about the kind of program that they ran there, where there was an exchange program or rehabilitation program. Now, under these programs, most of these students perhaps came into Kashmir. We can't generalize all of them. There were terrorists, terror backers among them, right? And if they were working from inside Al Falah, if they were all meeting inside Al Falah, if a terror car which was supposed to be used as a bomb parked inside Al Falah, I don't think the administration and the management can any more now try and say they were just faculty and we had nothing to do with it. They can't.
Well, had it been just one, then perhaps this entire statement that has been given by Al Falah and as well as the legal advisor with whom we spoke to, perhaps could have been taken on face value. But we are talking about at least 4 of the key conspirators of the doctor module being associated with Al Falah in one way or the other. And it does not end there. The same place was essentially being used by the 4 terror doctors to carry out their entire agenda, and their agenda was to basically carry out bombings, serial bombings in the national capital and other places in the month of December. So in a way, Al Falah University was becoming a terror den. Whether they like it or not, the reality is this, that meetings were actually taking place in the same building that our colleague Soumya had gone inside. There is evidence to the effect that certain weapons have also been recovered from there. The third aspect, that Dr. Shaheen, in whose car the weapons were basically kept, and thereafter it was dropped off in a dustbin in Faridabad. All of it was happening while the university was giving a free space to these doctors. Let's not forget the fact that Dr. Nisar, who was basically suspended by the administration of Jammu and Kashmir, headed by the LG there, he was rehabilitated by the Al Falah administration. And what I'm also picking up is that when I spoke to multiple sources in different agencies, they were all basically indicating the fact that those who have been suspended, those who have had a background of anti-national activities, are the ones who are essentially being adopted by Al Falah University. So what answer do they really have to these questions that are now being posed?
Yeah. In fact, Shawan breaking another big scoop there. You will see all other channels now try and copy that angle. But that's not the point. Point is, there is already an investigation on Al Falah. Haryana police is investigating Al Falah. We spoke to one of their legal advisors who tried to, of course, evade from the entire terror conspiracy, claiming that the administration of the college had nothing to do. How is it possible, ladies and gentlemen, that when there were 4 terror doctors working as faculty, are there no background checks that were conducted? And there are more doctors being arrested. We just reported that one more doctor from Al Falah has been arrested. So if there are 5 doctors arrested and many more on the run, how is it that Al Falah can claim they absolutely knew nothing, they slept over it, there were no checks, they are answerable and they should also face investigation?
Well, we are here right now at the Al Falah office at Okhla, Jamia Nagar, and we will show you that this is the office, and we are going to show you, because this university, apart from its association with the doctors who were involved in this terrorist blast, there was the Al Falah University is again in the controversy regarding its accreditation. And here we'll show you. You see Al Falah University in this form, a private university established by an act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from being working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okhla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation, but there has been constant movement of police in this office. We have also spoken, as you saw, we have also spoken to the legal advisor, who has said that there was absolutely no association with the terrorist.
Republic TV has gone inside Al Falah University. In fact, some channels try to use a part of our footage. Our correspondent Soumya was inside the Al Falah University, and once we put out those videos, a part of our footage was taken and used by the other media networks because they realized how deep we had gone inside Al Falah. So we're proud of that, and shame on those channels who try to do that, but that's not the point. Here is the report from inside the Al Falah University. As we go inside, show you a little bit about the university that became the Jaish den, the university where all these terror doctors held meetings.
Al Falah University, located in the Dhauj village of Faridabad district of Haryana. This university has now become the latest focus of a massive terror crackdown. 7 suspects, all with links to Jammu and Kashmir, were arrested, including medical students at Faridabad's Al Falah University, from where police arrested Dr. Muzammil Shakil and seized ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle and ammunition from his room. Exclusive visuals accessed by Republic show the laboratories, classrooms and hostels where investigators have been now conducting searches. Teams of multiple agencies are reportedly looking into the alleged links of the detained doctors associated with Al Falah University.
Right now I'm inside the Al Falah University, which is at the hem of the Faridabad terror module and has been under scanner specifically from last 3 days, and last 24 hours have been very, very crucial, as you've seen how the university has been completely taken over by police officials. And now behind me you can see the visuals of the building. The building in question is the same place where Muzammil Shakil, the first arrest that was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police in this Faridabad terror module, along with him the terror doctor Shahina and the main suspect of the Delhi police, Umar Nabi. They all used to stay here.
But the university has denied any wrongdoing. In an official statement, the Vice Chancellor Professor Bhupinder Kaur Anand has called the allegations baseless and defamatory. And the university has now condemned the media reports calling them misleading. Despite the denials, the atmosphere inside the campus remains tense.
This particular quarter behind me is the same place which is provided for the resident doctors or the assistant professors. This is being told to us is where all three of them used to live. This is the particular place where all the alleged meetings between the three of them used to take place. As per the sources within the university, under this quarter, the resident doctors have been provided 2 BHK flats. So was the case with Mujamil Shakil, for that matter, the terror doctor Shahina, or for that matter, the prime suspect of Delhi police and NIA also, for that matter, at the moment of Delhi blast, the main suspect Umar Nabi.
The probe has brought the spotlight at the Falah University, which was established in 2014. As security agencies continue their probe and questions emerge, Republic's cameras are inside, bringing the reality from ground zero.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we received a video. Look at that video. This is a human arm that was found this morning. And if you can show it on the wall here, I will also tell you a little bit about, because we were live this morning when forensics reached the spot and recovered this particular arm, and they carried it away. It was part of a live operation this morning. It was actually reported by one of the traders there. If you can cut to me for a second, I'll just show I'm just speaking to the producers right now. The impact, ladies and gentlemen, if I can go across to that, can I just put that video here once again, please? It's a little important because it is 300 meters from the blast site. 300, can you just remove the watermark for a second, Kulveer? Remove the watermark for a second because it's important. You see the arm, this is a human remain. What you see here is a human remain. It's a forearm. It's somebody's forearm, ladies and gentlemen. Just think about it. 300 meters from the blast site, someone's forearm is lodged on top of a building 300 meters away. That was the intensity of this blast that took place outside the Red Fort. Unbelievable. In fact, we couldn't believe it this morning. There was a picture of the forensics picking up the forearm and carrying it away for forensic examination. We don't know, but what we can tell you with certainty is that at the blast site, the car bomber, whose name is Umar Nabi, who was at the wheel, a part of his leg was lodged between the brakes and the steering wheel, and they found a part of his leg still lodged inside that car. A very little part, because it was lodged inside and it didn't move away because of how, because of the intensity of that particular blast. But many other people, 12 lives have now been lost. 12, that death toll has gone up to 12. And we've been reporting how, and Rakshita was outside the Gauri Mandir there, Gauri Shankar Mandir, and she spoke about how human remains were found inside the temple premises, which is almost 150 meters away. And this particular shot, in fact, one of our reporters was on the field, and a trader sent this video to her, talking about how a human forearm was found nearly 300 meters away. And that was the intensity of the blast, which in itself tells you how well prepared they came. Rakshita has been talking about it. Let me go across to her. Rakshita, you spoke about how human remains were strewn, flown almost 300 meters away, right? That was the impact of it. And we're seeing it in pictures. I mean, it's gory, but the story has to be told.
Absolutely. What unfolded was absolute horror in that blast that took place on 10/11. So this is the blast site. That's gate number 1. That was the parking spot, and that was the spot of the blast, and that is completely sealed. Now from there, if you can just estimate, this is the Jain temple where we've been reporting from. Many pieces were found from here, from vehicle pieces, car, some parts of a car, and also a head, a severed head, and a shoulder was found here. And now next to this is the Lajpat Rai market. Now Lajpat Rai market is the spot where we are getting this video from. One of the shops there had also saw that there was a severed arm of an individual that was lying on the terrace. Such was the intensity, Niranjan, and that is why it's becoming even more important for the forensics and all the teams, investigative agencies, to understand what substance was really used, what explosive was really used, because we are just a few meters, just few meters away, hardly 100 meters away or less than that from that blast site. And all throughout this stretch today also, more than 48 hours after the blast, we see that today Delhi police cell was also wrecking this area and was conducting a forensic sweep. Not just this area, not just the immediate stretch, but also this entire Netaji Subhash Marg was covered today by the Delhi police cell. They were looking at all the drain, the sidewalks, the dividers, all the pathways. They spared no corner today. The forensic team, the FSL team, has been doing their job for the past 48 hours. But yes, we see the Delhi police cell today also this afternoon was in fact deployed in every corner and conducting with gloves in their hand. Their hands were covered with those disposable gloves, and they had those polythenes in their hands, as we showed in the afternoon, and they were checking all the trees, all these saplings and the pathways, and even those vendors. These are all shops that are shut now. This lemonade, this is a lemonade vendor. Of course, all the shops are closed here. This is a very sensitive spot. So everything, right from where we are walking, we are showing you till the last stretch. We see till the last barricade. Every corner was being today checked by the Delhi police. And yes, this severed arm that has been found clearly shows how intense this blast was. There was no splinter, there was no crater. Clearly, ammonium nitrate fuel oil has been ascertained as part of the explosive, but this is another more potent and dangerous explosive that was also used in this blast, Niranjan. Okay, I'm told that we are swinging to a very, very short break, viewers, but we'll be right back with all the latest developments coming in as investigation is now widening from the Falah University to the headquarters in Okhla to the raids that are being conducted in Jammu Kashmir. We'll get you each and every detail, every minute-by-minute development only on Republic TV.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clear. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Kasha as per sources. Terrorist Umar seen at 5 paces before the Delhi blast. Accused was in the Hyundai i20 in Connaught Place outer circle, spotted in the CCTV footage. Fresh grab of Umar. The bomber is now out. It shows him hidden in the Fazl-e-Ilahi Mosque at the Turkman Gate in Delhi before he carried out the blast. Haryana police reaches the headquarters of Falah University in Okhla. A financial account of the university to be probed. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a high-level meeting on Delhi blast. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present at the meeting. And exercise Thrishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding-in-Chief Southern Command reviews the operational readiness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board the INS Jalashwar. All right, viewers, we start with the visuals coming in of the red Eco Sport in Faridabad's Khandwali village. Now, this red Eco Sport car is being taken away after investigation. Remember, last afternoon, Delhi police has raised an alert about this red Eco Sport car that was under their radar. It was seized from Khandwali village of Faridabad. And now this, after investigation for almost 24 hours, has been now taken away by the cops. So it's now in the custody of Delhi police, of the police, as far as this red Eco Sport car is concerned. Details coming in. It was recovered by the police in connection with the Umar Nabi. It was taken from the Khandwali village of Ballabgarh block. So that's the breaking news we have right now. The red Eco Sport suspected to have been laden with explosives. It could have been used for transporting explosive material. That is also under investigation, and henceforth, given the risk accompanied by, given the risk that was, that could have been taken if it was just taken away immediately upon seizure. There was an investigation right from the NSG, NIA, bomb squad, even the dog squad was there. So this is the latest we have right now, the red Eco Sport car. The car number 2 that has been under scan and played a key role in this blast and is connected to the terror module is being now taken away by the police. As you can see, more information coming in. You can see it is being towed away. And my colleague Soumya joins us live on the broadcast for more. Soumya, tell us about the latest action that is being taken. This red car finally, after it was seized last evening, is being towed away by the police.
Yes, well, Rakshita, this development comes after 24 hours. A search that began yesterday after it was flagged by the Delhi police as to how this particular car is of a suspicion and it needs to be tracked down. Later yesterday, around between 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., it was tracked down by the Faridabad police, and then from there, that very moment at around 6 p.m., the investigation began. The suspicion around this Red EcoSport and its association with the terrorist doctor, the main suspect in the Delhi blast case, Umar Nabi, how it was related to him, how it was a matter of suspicion for the investigators, for NIA and for the central agencies who are investigating the blast case. So now this development comes 24 hours later. Yesterday we saw how different departments, senior officials from different departments, be it from the Faridabad police or the crime branch of Faridabad police, NSG for that matter, the bomb squad, the dog squad, NIA, CFSL teams, multiple CFSL teams for that matter were there. But the investigation went on throughout the night yesterday. It continued for the more than first half of today, and now after the completion of investigation is finally that this particular car, the third car which is associated with this terror module, is being towed away by the officials. So again reiterating, a thorough investigation that went on for 24 hours now comes to an end. Now if the sources are to be believed, it is being said that this particular Red EcoSport was used to transport the ammonium nitrate in question, which was actually also discovered from the rented place of Mujammil Shakil. So these are the developments that we are picking up with regards to the Red EcoSport.
Right, just stay on with us, Soumya, because this, of course, has been under immense scrutiny. This Red EcoSport car now being towed away. In fact, Republic TV had reached the spot and given our viewers an understanding of what was the significance of this recovery. My colleague Sahil has filed this report from the Khanwali village in Faridabad, telling you more about this particular car that was seized.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गांव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय एनएसजी की टीम यहां पर पहुंची थी। एनएसजी के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहां पर आई थी, एनआईए की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है। और सर्च करने के बाद एनएसजी की टीम यहां से जा चुकी है। रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार जो आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं, ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हैं। ये इको स्पोर्ट कार डॉक्टर उमर के नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी, जो कि फेक एड्रेस पे रजिस्टर्ड की गई थी। इसी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी, क्योंकि पहली गाड़ी i20 थी जो कि ब्लास्ट होती है, जो कि उमर डॉक्टर जो थे वो गाड़ी चला रहा था, लेकिन अभी दूसरी गाड़ी की तलाश की जा रही थी। और दूसरी गाड़ी इको स्पोर्ट कार तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं नजर आ रही है। और कुछ ही देर में सीएफएसएल की टीम यहाँ पर आएगी। सीएफएसएल की टीम आने के बाद इस गाड़ी को सेफ लोकेशन पे ले जाया जाएगा। तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस के जो जवान है वो आपको चारों तरफ यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। और वजह यही है कि सुरक्षा कारणों के कारण भी मीडिया को थोड़ी दूरी पे रखा गया है। और इसी इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल एजेंसीज और 5 राज्यों की जो पुलिस थी वो ढूंढ रही थी, लेकिन अब इको स्पोर्ट कार को कल यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाता है। और ये बताया जा रहा है कि डॉक्टर उमर का जो ड्राइवर है, जो कि यूनिवर्सिटी में रहता है, उमर का करीबी था, वो इस गाड़ी को चलाकर अपनी बहन के घर पे यहाँ पे लाया था और यहीं पे इस गाड़ी को पार्क किया जाता है। हालांकि 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय तक जो है गाड़ी को पूरी तरह एनएसजी टीम द्वारा सर्च किया गया। शुरुआती तफ्तीश है कि कुछ संदिग्ध नहीं मिला है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली स्टेटमेंट आना बाकी है। लेकिन अभी भी गाड़ी के जो गेट आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे खोले गए हैं, जो बोनेट है वो भी खोला गया है। पूरी बारीकी से एक एक चीज़ देखा गया कि कुछ एविडेंस जो है या फिंगरप्रिंट्स वो एजेंसीज के हाथ लगे, जिससे और ज़्यादा इनपुट जो है धमाके मामले में एजेंसीज जो है जुटाई पाए।
And we have some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is more footage that is now being accessed by Republic TV. Fresh CCTV footage that is emerging now shows Umar Nabi, the bomber, had gone to Mewat, that is Nuh in Haryana, and the CCTV footage is confirming this. Terrorist Umar's car that was loaded with explosives had also visited Mewat. It travelled. It was passing by the local toll in Firozpur Jharika, that is in Nuh in Haryana. And this is from the early hours of the 10th of November, the day of the blast. And the fertilizer used in explosive was also purchased from Mewat before the blast had taken place. And that happened ahead of the terror doctor Muzammil's arrest, viewers. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Fresh footage coming in. The CCTV footage capturing Umar about his whereabouts. So you can clearly see that his entire trail, the places he had visited in Delhi and before he entered Delhi, in Haryana, from Faridabad to Nuh, this toll plaza he is crossing, and the Badarpur crossing to enter Delhi. Jatin is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Jatin, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ और जानकारी आपके पास सामने आ रही है? उमर नबी जो है वो मेवात यानी कि नूह से भी गुजरा था इस गाड़ी के साथ जिसमें विस्फोटक मौजूद थे।
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये लाल किले ब्लास्ट का मेवात कनेक्शन है जो कि अब पूरे तरीके से एस्टेब्लिश होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। उमर की गाड़ी नूह क्रॉस की थी और 10 तारीख का ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, नूह टोल प्लाजा का ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज है। और आप देखेंगे कि देर रात जो उमर की गाड़ी है वो नूह से होते हुए जो मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे का लगातार जिक्र किया जा रहा था, उस एक्सप्रेसवे से नूह पहुंची, नूह से गुरुग्राम और गुरुग्राम से गुरुग्राम फरीदाबाद जो रोड है वो लिया गया और सुबह होते ही फरीदाबाद से दिल्ली वाला जो टोल है वो क्रॉस किया गया। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, नूह वो जगह है जहां से अमोनियम नाइट्रेट खरीदा गया था। हालांकि उस बाजार को भी दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल ने रेड किया, मल्टीपल लोकेशंस जो शॉप्स है उसको रेड की गई। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि अमोनियम नाइट्रेट जो कि फार्म में सबसे ज्यादा यूज किया जाता है, 3 लोगों को इस मामले में डिटेन भी किया गया है। बाकायदा उनकी वीडियो बनाई गई है और उसको जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को भी भेजा गया है ताकि जम्मू कश्मीर में मौजूद गिरफ्तार डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल से कन्फ्रंट करके इस पूरे मामले में आगे जो लीड है वो ली जा सके। लेकिन इस सीसीटीवी की बात करें तो लगातार, चाहे वो रात का अंधेरा हो, उमर एक्सप्लोजिव से भरी हुई I-20 कार लेकर मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर घूम रहा था और उसमें से एक वो नूह इलाका भी था। अब सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि नूह में क्या वो किसी से मिला था? नूह आखिरकार वो क्यों गया था? देर रात उसकी मंशा क्या थी? क्या नूह से ही उसने एक्सप्लोजिव अपनी गाड़ी में डाले और उसके बाद वो गुरुग्राम और फिर फरीदाबाद और फिर दिल्ली में दाखिल हुआ? नूह का आखिरकार ऐसा क्या कनेक्शन? और यही कारण है कि दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल, फरीदाबाद की क्राइम ब्रांच और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की एक टीम इस समय नूह में मौजूद है और लगातार मल्टीपल जो जगह है वहां पर रेड की जा रही है। और मेवात रीजन का जैसे कि मैं जिक्र आपको कर रहा था, मेवात इसलिए क्योंकि फरीदाबाद के जिस धौज गांव में ये पूरा अल फतह यूनिवर्सिटी है वो भी मेवात रीजन के अंदर ही आता है। जिस जगह से 2900 किलो विस्फोटक रिकवर किया गया वो भी मेवात रीजन से ही आता है। तो आखिरकार दिल्ली धमाके का जो मेवात कनेक्शन नूह से एस्टेब्लिश होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, उसी की एक ये कड़ी है सीसीटीवी फुटेज जिसमें साफ तौर पर दिख रहा है कि वही I-20 कार जो कि लाल किले के सामने गेट नंबर 1 मेट्रो स्टेशन पर ब्लास्ट होती है, उमर उस गाड़ी में था जो कि डीएनए से एस्टेब्लिश हो गया और यही उमर इस गाड़ी को लेकर नूह में एंटर करता हुआ और नूह से निकलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये अपने आप में कई सवाल खड़े कर रहा है कि आखिरकार नूह में ऐसा कौन सा शख्स जिससे मुलाकात हुई, क्या एक्सप्लोजिव वहीं से डाला गया, कौन सी ऐसी शॉप, ये तमाम ऐसे क्वेश्चंस है जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेट पुलिस कर रही है, एजेंसीज पुलिस कर रही है और यही कारण है कि तमाम एजेंसी इस समय नूह में मौजूद है और इन सवालों के जवाबों को ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
पूरे हरियाणा में अगर आप देखें, हरियाणा से लेकर दिल्ली तक जो तार जुड़े हुए हैं, कश्मीर की तो हम बात कर ही रहे हैं जाते, लेकिन आप जो इस मामले को काफ़ी बारीकी से और काफ़ी करीबी तौर पे देख रहे हैं, अब नूह में हमने देखा है, बदरपुर से भी फुटेज आया है जहां पर साफ दिख रहा है वो मास्क ज़रूर पहने हैं लेकिन वो पेमेंट करने के बाद टोल पर भी जिस तरह से देखता है, बड़ी संदिग्ध नज़रों से वो CCTV कैमरा को भी देखता है, जिस तरह से वो देखता जा रहा है कि कहीं उसको देख ना लिया जाए, ये भी काफ़ी तौर पर उसमें साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि उसकी शिकन, माथे पे शिकन दिखाई दे रही है। कहीं ना कहीं उसको ये इस बात की कहीं ना कहीं एक फिक्र थी कि उसको कहीं ना कहीं स्पॉट कर लिया जाएगा और उसके गाड़ी में पीछे कुछ एक बड़ा सा काला बैग भी दिखाई दे रहा है। बदरपुर वाले जो टोल प्लाजा के फुटेज की अगर हम बात करें जतिन,
बिल्कुल, देखिए जितने भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकलकर सामने आए, जिसमें वो बदरपुर वाला सीसीटीवी का आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, फरीदाबाद वाला जो सीसीटीवी था उसका आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, नूह वाला सीसीटीवी देख लीजिए, लाल किले के पास सुनहरी मस्जिद से पार्किंग से निकलते हुए का सीसीटीवी आप देख लीजिए। हर एक सीसीटीवी में जो उमर है उसके फेस पे मास्क है, लेकिन एक इकलौता ऐसा सीसीटीवी है जो कि तुर्कमान गेट का है, जहां पर वो मस्जिद के अंदर गया, 10 मिनट रुका, मस्जिद से बाहर निकला और पास की मार्केट में वो घूम रहा था या रैकी कर रहा था, क्योंकि उस सीसीटीवी में मास्क नहीं था, फेस उसका बहुत क्लियर नजर आ रहा था। और आप उस एक्सप्रेशन को देखेंगे तो आप समझ पाएंगे कि कितना सस्पिशियस वो लोगों को देख के लग रहा था। उसको ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो पता नहीं किस निगाहों से देख रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, उसको इस बात का डर बिल्कुल था कि वो अपनी आइडेंटिटी को छुपाए, लेकिन उसको इस बात की भनक नहीं थी कि तुर्कमान गेट पे जिस मस्जिद में जाकर वो 10 मिनट रुका, वहां से जब वो अपनी गाड़ी तक पैदल चलकर जा रहा था, उस दौरान उसकी फुटेज कैमरे में कैद हो जाती है। और वो एकमात्र ऐसा सीसीटीवी फुटेज है तकरीबन 2:30 बजे का 10 तारीख को ही, जिसमें उसने मास्क नहीं पहना हुआ था। लेकिन लगातार उमर किस तरीके से अलग अलग लोकेशंस पर रैकी कर रहा था। 2:05 पर दिल्ली के सबसे व्यस्त कनाट प्लेस में उसने रैकी की, जिस जगह का वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है। बगल में नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन है, ना सिर्फ नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन बल्कि उसी कट से पहले जो वीआईपीज नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के अंदर एंट्री करते हैं, जिसको स्टेट रोड बोला जाता है, वो भी बेहद नजदीक थी। तो ये कहना बिल्कुल सही है कि मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर उसने बकायदा पहले रैकी की लाल किला जाने से पहले, जिसमें दिल्ली का कनाट प्लेस भी शामिल था, जिसमें नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन शामिल था, और उसी नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के पास बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर भी है, दीनदयाल उपाध्याय मार्ग पर, वो जो तुर्कमान और नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के ठीक बीचों बीच है। तो रैकी जो उमर ने बिल्कुल की थी, लेकिन सीसीटीवी सीक्वेंस जो कि 50 से ज्यादा इस समय सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के पास मौजूद है। लेकिन अचानक और अचंभव करने वाली बात यह है कि इन सीसीटीवी में सिर्फ वो इकलौता नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन जिस बैग का आप जिक्र कर रही है, पीछे वाली सीट पे बैग वो रखा हुआ है, फ्लावर्स उस पे किसी व्हाइट कलर का टेक्सचर बना हुआ है। सवाल यही खड़ा होता है, क्योंकि फॉरेंसिक की इनिशियल रिपोर्ट ये बोलती है कि जो धमाका हुआ i20 कार में पीछे की तरफ से हुआ, या तो वो डिक्की में एक्सप्लोजिव रखे हुए थे या बैक सीट पे। तो जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में वो बैक सीट पे रखा हुआ बैग समझ आ रहा है। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस भी ये अंदेशा जता रही है कि क्या उसी बैग के अंदर एक्सप्लोजिव था या कोई और कारण। ये सभी पहलू है, उन्हीं पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। रक्षिता,
बिल्कुल, बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए। बहुत ही अहम कड़ी बनकर सामने आ रही है सीसीटीवी। एंड व्यूअर्स, वी विल टेक यू थ्रू all the footages that have come to the fore one by one. This is a crucial piece of evidence that is being now put together by the agencies. As Sahil was telling us, there will be more than 50 footages of the CCTV cameras that are being examined right now by the agencies, and one by one we've also accessed some crucial footages. Now my colleague Niranjan will take you through this explainer and help you understand what all has been visible and what all can be inferred, what has been picked up by the footages that have been now accessed and brought to you.
If you map all of this, ladies and gentlemen, if you map all of this, and in all of this is in addition to what we have seen in the last few days, 3 new videos that you need to know about today. The first video is where he was spotted at a toll booth at 8:10 a.m. And why is this video important? Because in the rear seat here, in the rear seat, not just Nabi, you can see him wearing a mask in this video, but in the rear seat, you can see that he stored something. Was that the explosive? Now, let me show you the second video. The second video is at Connaught Place, where the car, the I-20 car, is seen moving. The number plate is the same, and investigators believe this is why Connaught Place could have been on the terror radar. Point number 3, the third video, clearest of them all, where Umar Nabi is seen for the first time moving clearly. We hear that he was at the Shazi Ilahi Mosque. He was at the mosque, what is referred to as the Turkman Mosque, for almost 10 to 15 minutes, could be much more. But he was there and he's seen walking away from the mosque. Now, what he did at the mosque, we don't know. Was there something inside the mosque? We don't know. Did he take something away from the mosque? We don't know. Did he park the car next to the mosque, outside the mosque, parking lot? We don't know. That's still being investigated. Let me go across to Shambhavi. In fact, Shambhavi, what she did was she matched the divider that you see here, the divider, to the spot where he was spotted outside the mosque. And it's a clear match, what you see here, and at the mosque.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see. So this is the pole. You can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at the given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. But you can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Now, viewers, we've shown you the CCTV footages, and now the important player, or rather you could say the important clue as far as this entire terror module is concerned and their nefarious activities are concerned, are the cars, the hunt for those cars and their seizure. Now, the second car was the red Eco Sport that we talked about. Now, the third one came to the picture today. That was the Brezza. That is an HR number, Haryana registered number. The Brezza car was searched for today by the police, and today it was found at the Falah University parking in Faridabad. Viewers, here's more on that.
Since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him and how this man operated. And we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout. And he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers.
And several world leaders have condemned the 10/11 blasts in the national capital of India. Viewers, now reaction coming in from Washington DC. The US Secretary of State Mark Rubio condemned the incident, condemned the attack, and said that it is very much clear that it was indeed an act of terror, that it was a terrorist attack. He also added that he commends India's measured response, and also he went on to say that India does not need assistance from United States as far as the probe is concerned, as far as the investigation is concerned, and that the findings of the investigation will be made public soon by India. And as of course Republic TV is tracking each and every detail of the investigation, let us tell you what exactly Rubio said. Listen in.
It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing. It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. So, but clearly, I mean, we're aware of the potential that it has, and so we spoke about that a little bit today, the potential that it has to become something broader. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
All right, time for a very short break, viewers, but we continue to get you the latest inputs that are coming in on the investigation. Role of Pakistan has become very much clear. The brother of terrorist Dr. Adil in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. And Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha as per sources. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge.
Role of Pakistan in Delhi blast gets clearer. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil was in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan.
Handlers say sources. Seen at 5 places, the last accused Hyundai i20 was New CCTV grab of Umar, the suspect bomber, now out. It shows him hidden in Elahi Mosque. Haryana Police doctors of Falah University in Okhla, Delhi University's financial account to now be probed. Home Minister Amit Shah holds a high-level meeting regarding the Delhi blast. Home Secretary, IB Chief, ED Chief and top officials present in the meeting. Exercise Thrishul in full throttle. General Officer Commanding in Chief Southern Command reviewed operational preparedness of amphibious forces of Southern Command on board INS Jalashwa.
All right, there is a very crucial piece of information that Republic TV is getting to you. Was a big breaking news that we are starting this bulletin with is that that India has issued a warning for international flights. That's right. GPS trouble hovering over Arabian Sea. India has issued an urgent NOTAM after multiple aircraft reported GPS signal loss on two major international routes, L639 and P574 over the Arabian Sea near Pakistan coastline, and the interference affecting a flight operating between India and the West Asia, that is Middle East and Africa. Pilots have been advised to exercise caution and rely on backup navigation systems until signals stabilize. So there is trouble around the Arabian Sea, trouble with the GPS, trouble with navigation, and henceforth India has issued a warning for international flights. India has issued an urgent NOTAM for multiple aircraft reporting GPS signal loss on two major international routes over the Arabian Sea near Pak coastline. Interference affecting flights operating between India and Africa. Harsha joins us live on the broadcast. Harsha, please share us more details about this big breaking news.
Yes, Rakshita. So I would like to tell all our viewers that the issue, the problem, the trouble is now not only in the border areas, but in the mid-air as well, and mostly in the international route. Let me tell our viewers there are the two major international routes from the Mumbai area, and that is L639 and P574. It is the area towards the Pakistan coastal line near the Arabian Sea, and of the international airlines of our country, which are usually going to New York, Milan, and the other international route, they have been facing GPS signal loss since morning. And in New Delhi area, it has been witnessing since 1 week. But today only, since yesterday, it has been seen that the many flights have confirmed, told DGCA, the regulatory body, about the GPS signal loss in the Mumbai airspace area, and that is the reason why the notam has been issued. And right now, no international airlines will be allowed to use the Mumbai airspace and the airspace around that Arabian Sea, because it has been found that there's a major GPS signal loss. And to all of you was in a simple language to understand that if there is a GPS signal loss, Rakshita, that clearly means their pilot in command can't know exact navigation, which is the landing area, where is the exact air traffic monitoring control, and what is the backup route. The pilot in command have to follow everything manually through the ATC. The navigation completely gets lost in the GPS spoofing, and it has been occurring in the Delhi region, but now it has been found near the Pakistan coastal line, near the Mumbai airspace. This GPS spoofing is happening. There's a major technical glitch, major loss of signal which has occurred, and therefore no time has been issued, and all the agencies are right now on alert, and no one will be allowed to use the Mumbai airspace and the region nearby. The airspace will not be allowed to be used other than our own security agencies, our own Navy, our own flights. Apart from that, no one will be allowed to use the Mumbai airspace. But right now, what we have got to know is that the GPS spoofing and the signal loss is a major issue, which is in the New Delhi and in the Mumbai region. What has been found. Back to you.
Given the security concerns right now that India is dealing with, Harsha, are the security agencies also on alert? What are we picking up? And has this happened for is it a rarity? Has it happened recently, or when is the last time such a thing has happened that India issued a notam for this sort of a trouble around the Arabian Sea? If you can gather any information on that.
No, Rakshita, the information which we gathered from the regulatory body was that there was not a major earlier, but recently it has been seen that from last 1 month, or majorly from last 20 days, we can precisely say, because there was continuously complaints from the airlines, majorly on the international route. They have been complaining about the GPS spoofing, and I would like to specify that just before landing, 60 nautical miles above the ground, this major GPS spoofing happens. That clearly states that there is some technical issue which is happening. Right now, all the flight major corporate system which is being used, the GPS system which is being used is of the US. It is the US, technological system which is fitted in the cockpit of major airlines. But right now, it is being also stated that why such GPS spoofing has happened, and it has increased. In New Delhi, it has increased, and suddenly it is being seen in the Mumbai region now. Till now, the regulatory body got the complaint from the airlines that it was happening in the New Delhi region, and already the Pakistan airspace is clearly closed for all the airlines to use. But right now, what is happening in the Mumbai region is more concerning, because P564, this particular Arabian Sea, Pakistan.
Stay on with us, Harsha. Stay on with us. We have CS Randhava. We have Captain CS Randhava, who is joining us on the broadcast for more. Captain Randhava, if you could help us understand this concern. India issuing warning for international flights. NOTAM after multiple aircraft reported GPS signal loss on two major international routes, both over the Arabian Sea near the Pakistan coastline.
Yes, so the spoofing, GPS spoofing, DGC had come up with a circular to all and intimation to all the pilots and airlines, and reporting of GPS spoofing if any spoofing takes place in any area, then it has to be reported to the DGCA. Now, a lot of flights have been reporting this GPS spoofing close to the international borders. So it could be that this is being caused by Pakistan because it is happening near the international waters or division between the two countries and closer towards the Pakistan airspace, which has been closed for the Indian traffic. So this is a serious issue because spoofing, GPS spoofing has been taking place, especially on the, if you see between the corridor, like parts of Iran, Turkey, and some parts of Eastern Europe. Now, this is a new thing which has started. If you recollect, a few months back, there was a problem at Amritsar Airport, one of the aircraft landing, and that was because there was a map shift which took place for GPS spoofing, which took place, and which could have been triggered by Pakistan. Hello.
Yes, sir. Captain Randhawa, if you could just explain what exactly GPS spoofing is for the benefit of our viewers, and how does it really work out? How is it really carried out, sir?
The GPS spoofing, after all, that is and today in all the modern aircraft, GPS is the main source of, navigation signals which come and how the aircraft navigates. Now, when there is interruption in the signals, interruption due to, sometimes it could be due to the military, which enforces this interference with the signals so as to create a shift. If you see a runway and supposing the shift is taking place a couple of miles to the left or a couple of miles to the right, it could be a dangerous situation at night, right? Especially when there's a problem with the navigational aids at an airport. Now, in normal flights, when they are flying from place A to place B, now the problem with the GPS spoofing is that when you have to fly, like you saw that flight of 154 Vienna to Delhi, it diverted to Dubai. Now, that diverted to Dubai because, again, there was a problem with the IRU, which is the Initial Reference Unit. One of the units was under MEL, and aircraft came on a single IRU, and it was known to have these parts of the air routes had GPS spoofing. So what it triggered, both the autopilots failed. There was a problem in the navigation part of the aircraft. Then there was no autopilot available, so there was no auto landing facility available to the pilots. So the aircraft had to divert. So these all problems associated with interference of the GPS signals which are coming from the satellites.
Spoofing. Yes, sir. Interference, the spoofing that has happened over Delhi. That is another update that we are getting to our viewers. Group Captain D.K. Pandey also is joining us on the broadcast. Group Captain Pandey, now we are learning about GPS spoofing happening around Delhi as well on the 5th of November. Just how many aircraft had gone literally blind mid-air, and this is a great cause of concern. Now a fresh NOTAM. Now a NOTAM has been issued by India, warning international flights near Pakistan coastlines. How do you see these developments?
Definitely, this is a very dangerous position because if somebody is trying to use the GPS jamming, it means he's playing with the navigation system of the aircraft. And just see, in an area where multiple aircraft are operating in a close vicinity, if their navigational aids are not available, then it may land up in collision of the aircraft. So it may be a great flight safety hazard, which people have to take guard of. Now, the biggest problem is this GPS jamming. Definitely, objective is either totally make the pilot blind or disrupt his navigational operations in such a way that he's not able to navigate his route. So there are options. Means there are, although we are trained up to go in nil GPS environment also. But reason is, if we are not looking after the basic reason, because how long you will continue, especially in the well dense environment, that is a point of concern. Here, like in Delhi, we are getting almost about 1,500 aircraft every day. Just see if any problem is there in aviation system, how these aircraft will operate in close vicinity and in short time. So it has got many implications. First one is the flight safety. Second is that it will create a lot of problem for passengers, those who are moving from one place to other place. Cargo, I'm not talking consideration because cargo may be delayed, but here life may be at stake. So it has got a very it may result in havoc, catastrophic results may be there. But having said this, what is required is we need to look after the basic reason why it is happening, and we should address all the issues so that we can look after the all navigation requirement of the airfield. Now, the NOTAM which has been issued, it means there are likely to be disruption in the navigation system. So people have to take guard against this. There are ways and means to operate aircraft without GPS also. But the accuracy, the precision of the flight safety aspect may be compromised. So people have to take people have to guard against these issues and navigate accordingly. So definitely point of concern, but it will affect the traffic density movement. That is a basic point of concern, especially in a dense environment where IJI airport, like I mentioned, 1,500 aircraft coming every day.
Absolutely, sir. Very, very dangerous situation now. What we are learning about what happened just few days back and also right now. Just I thank both Captain Randhawa and Group Captain Pandey. Thank you so much for joining us with insights on that story. We're closely tracking. Viewers, we'll be right back with more details as we continue to piece together the multiple angles emerging in this Jaish-e-Mohammed terror attack carried out by the white-collar jihad module in the national capital and each and every links that are emerging. Trace back to Pakistan.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Startup Park Bangalore was buzzing with excitement at today's Deep Tech conference as leaders in technology and entrepreneurship came together to drive forward the country's innovation agenda. Abdul Samad, founder and CEO of Appetite Studio, took center stage with his vision for harnessing Web3 and blockchain to solve public challenges.
So what Shafi has done with the startup park is, I would say, is the beginning of what Shafi has in mind. Like whatever you see here, all these startups that have come here, all the startups that have been incubated, all of those 9 to 5 people who have become like, dreamers of something very big. Like it's just the beginning of it. So there's going to be, like I've spoken on stages, there's going to be a lot of network states and discussions around it and future possibilities of what it could be and a sort of similar great things that could come out of what is just the beginning as a startup park.
Startup Park by IQ Ventures proved to be the perfect launchpad for such ideas, offering the infrastructure, mentorship and collaborative energy that fuel projects with purpose. With Samad's story at its heart, Startup Park continues to inspire and enable those dedicated to shaping a better tomorrow through innovation.
पूरे हरियाणा में अगर आप देखें, हरियाणा से लेकर दिल्ली तक जो तार जुड़े हुए हैं, कश्मीर की तो हम बात कर ही रहे हैं जाते, लेकिन आप जो इस मामले को काफ़ी बारीकी से और काफ़ी करीबी तौर पे देख रहे हैं, नूह में हमने देखा है, बदरपुर से भी फुटेज आया है जहां पर साफ दिख रहा है वो मास्क ज़रूर पहने हैं, लेकिन वो पेमेंट करने के बाद टोल पर भी जिस तरह से देखता है, बड़ी संदिग्ध नज़रों से वो CCTV कैमरा को भी देखता है, जिस तरह से वो देखता जा रहा है कि कहीं उसको देख ना लिया जाए, ये भी काफ़ी तौर पर उसमें साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि उसकी शिकन, माथे पे शिकन दिखाई दे रही है। कहीं ना कहीं उसको ये इस बात की कहीं ना कहीं एक फिक्र थी कि उसको कहीं ना कहीं स्पॉट कर लिया जाएगा, और उसके गाड़ी में पीछे कुछ एक बड़ा सा काला बैग भी दिखाई दे रहा है। बदरपुर वाले जो टोल प्लाजा के फुटेज की अगर हम बात करें जतिन,
बिल्कुल, देखिए जितने भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकल कर सामने आए, जिसमें वो बदरपुर वाला सीसीटीवी का आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, फरीदाबाद वाला जो सीसीटीवी था उसका आप जिक्र कर रही है, नूह वाला सीसीटीवी देख लीजिए, लाल किले के पास सुनहरी मस्जिद से पार्किंग से निकलते हुए का सीसीटीवी आप देख लीजिए। हर एक सीसीटीवी में जो उमर है उसके फेस पे मास्क है, लेकिन एक इकलौता ऐसा सीसीटीवी है जो कि तुर्कमान गेट का है, जहां पर वो मस्जिद के अंदर गया, 10 मिनट रुका, मस्जिद से बाहर निकला और पास की मार्केट में वो घूम रहा था या रैकी कर रहा था, क्योंकि उस सीसीटीवी में मास्क नहीं था, फेस उसका बहुत क्लियर नजर आ रहा था। और आप उस एक्सप्रेशन को देखेंगे तो आप समझ पाएंगे कि कितना सस्पिशियस वो लोगों को देख के लग रहा था। उसको ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो पता नहीं किस निगाहों से देख रहा है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, उसको इस बात का डर बिल्कुल था कि वो अपनी आइडेंटिटी को छुपाए, लेकिन उसको इस बात की भनक नहीं थी कि तुर्कमान गेट पे जिस मस्जिद में जाकर वो 10 मिनट रुका, वहां से जब वो अपनी गाड़ी तक पैदल चलकर जा रहा था, उस दौरान उसकी फुटेज कैमरे में कैद हो जाती है। और वो एकमात्र ऐसा सीसीटीवी फुटेज है तकरीबन 2:30 बजे का 10 तारीख को ही, जिसमें उसने मास्क नहीं पहना हुआ था। लेकिन लगातार उमर किस तरीके से अलग अलग लोकेशंस पर रैकी कर रहा था। 2:05 पर दिल्ली के सबसे व्यस्त कनाट प्लेस में उसने रैकी की, जिस जगह का वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है। बगल में नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन है, ना सिर्फ नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन बल्कि उसी कट से पहले जो वीआईपीज नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के अंदर एंट्री करते हैं, जिसको स्टेट रोड बोला जाता है, वो भी बेहद नजदीक थी। तो ये कहना बिल्कुल सही है कि मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पर उसने बकायदा पहले रैकी की लाल किला जाने से पहले, जिसमें दिल्ली का कनाट प्लेस भी शामिल था, जिसमें नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन शामिल था, और उसी नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के पास बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर भी है, दीनदयाल उपाध्याय मार्ग पर, वो जो तुर्कमान और नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन के ठीक बीचों बीच है। तो रैकी जो उमर ने बिल्कुल की थी, लेकिन सीसीटीवी सीक्वेंस जो कि 50 से ज्यादा इस समय सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के पास मौजूद है, लेकिन अचानक और अचंभव करने वाली बात यह है कि इन सीसीटीवी में सिर्फ वो इकलौता नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन जिस बैग का आप जिक्र कर रही है, पीछे वाली सीट पे बैग वो रखा हुआ है, फ्लावर्स उस पे किसी व्हाइट कलर का टेक्सचर बना हुआ है। सवाल यही खड़ा होता है, क्योंकि फॉरेंसिक की इनिशियल रिपोर्ट ये बोलती है कि जो धमाका हुआ i20 कार में पीछे की तरफ से हुआ, या तो वो डिक्की में एक्सप्लोजिव रखे हुए थे या बैक सीट पे। तो जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में वो बैक सीट पे रखा हुआ बैग समझ आ रहा है। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस भी ये अंदेशा जता रही है कि क्या उसी बैग के अंदर एक्सप्लोजिव था या कोई और कारण। ये सभी पहलू है, उन्हीं पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। रक्षिता,
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए। बहुत ही अहम कड़ी बनकर सामने आ रही है CCTV, एंड व्यूअर्स, वी विल टेक यू थ्रू all the footages that have come to the fore one by one. This is a crucial piece of evidence that is being now put together by the agencies. As Sahil was telling us, there have been more than 50 footages of the CCTV cameras that are being examined right now by the agencies, and one by one we've also accessed some crucial footages. Now my colleague Niranjan will take you through this explainer and help you understand what all has been visible and what all can be inferred, what has been picked up by the footages that have been now accessed and brought to you.
If you map all of this, ladies and gentlemen, if you map all of this, and in all of this is in addition to what we have seen in the last few days, 3 new videos that you need to know about today. The first video is where he was spotted at a toll booth at 8:10 a.m. And why is this video important? Because in the rear seat here, in the rear seat, not just Nabi, you can see him wearing a mask in this video, but in the rear seat, you can see that he stored something. Was that the explosive? Now, let me show you the second video. The second video is at Connaught Place, where the car, the I-20 car, is seen moving. The number plate is the same, and investigators believe this is why Connaught Place could have been on the terror radar. Point number 3, the third video, clearest of them all, where Umar Nabi is seen for the first time moving clearly. We hear that he was at the Shazi Ilahi Mosque. He was at the mosque, what is referred to as the Turkman Mosque, for almost 10 to 15 minutes, could be much more. But he was there and he's seen walking away from the mosque. Now, what he did at the mosque, we don't know. Was there something inside the mosque? We don't know. Did he take something away from the mosque? We don't know. Did he park the car next to the mosque, outside the mosque, parking lot? We don't know. That's still being investigated. Let me go across to Shambhavi. In fact, Shambhavi, what she did was she matched the divider that you see here, the divider, to the spot where he was spotted outside the mosque. And it's a clear match, what you see here and at the mosque.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture, and it is, although a blurred picture, you'll also see, so this is the pole. So you can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at a given time. And you can see some parts of this, the color, the pattern, everything makes sense. There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. That you can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Now, viewers, we've shown you the CCTV footages, and now the important player, or rather you could say the important clue as far as this entire terror module is concerned and their nefarious activities are concerned, are the cars, the hunt for those cars and their seizure. Now, the second car was the red EcoSport that we talked about. Now, the third one came to the picture today. That was the Brezza. That is an HR number, Haryana registered number. The Brezza car was searched for today by the police, and today it was found at the Falah University parking in Faridabad. Viewers, here's more on that.
Since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout, and he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, and along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that, but this is something that we wanted to show our viewers.
All right, time for a very short break, viewers, but we continue to get you the latest inputs that are coming in on the investigation. Role of Pakistan has become very much clear. The brother of terrorist Dr. Adil in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. And Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha as per sources. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the Republic TV special broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this week after the blast on Monday, it was roughly around this time on Monday, 6:51 p.m. when the blast took place right outside the Red Fort. And in the last 3 to 4 days, we here at Republic TV have been trying to piece together what we know so far about the blast. The men, the women, the module, the terror groups, the Pakistani links. We've been able to put together what we know, and in the course of the next 1 hour, here on Republic TV, Shravan and I will try and take you through the investigation. The Republic investigation continues as we piece together everything that our agencies and our investigators are telling us about the 10/11 conspiracy. Shravan, if you want to tell our viewers what we have today.
Tonight, in fact, we have come with a full detailed investigation. All this while, ladies and gentlemen, you may have been told that whether at all there is any Pakistan link or not. Right from day one, when the blast took place, and a few hours later when we basically went through this entire footage, we basically did get an inkling that there has to be something more sinister, and that's exactly what has happened. Tonight, like always, we have come to you with full-fledged evidence that has been gathered by the investigative agencies, and like always, ahead of others. We are putting out full details. Every piece of information that we're going to put out over the next 1 hour is verified, and that has set the agenda, raising questions as to why exactly are we being squeamish in taking the name of the kingpin here. The kingpin is across the border. Tonight, we're going to take our viewers through every small details.
Let's first look at the faces so far, ladies and gentlemen. In the last 3 to 4 days, these are the faces that we've been able to gather, piece together the web of terror. These are the doctors of terror. This man is not a doctor. He's a class 5 dropout. And this man is key. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, in today's day and age, Shravan, a class 5 dropout, a radical Muslim, radical preacher sitting in Shopia, Kashmir, managed to bring all of them together. These two, this is the bomber of Delhi, Umar Nabi. This is Muzammil, both of them classmates at GMC Anantnag, both of them neighbors. Both of them then come to Falah University in Faridabad. Both of them happen to be followers and students of this radical cleric. And this man, Shravan, brought all of them together. What was his role in this entire investigation? And how does he become the key now?
Well, in fact, the radicalization process actually begins with this man called Maulvi Irfan, based out of Shopia. But as we have been pointing out in the last 2 days, that could this have been done by only this man? That's not the case, because it turns out from what we have gathered today, Niranjan, is that this man, Dr. Muzammil, here you have Dr. Adil and Dr. Shaheen. One, the fact that they are highly radicalized, the fact that it all started way back in 2022. In fact, over the next couple of minutes, we're going to tell you more faces have basically emerged, those who are behind this entire radicalization process and how they all essentially came together. And tonight, the focus will be on this man, Dr. Adil Ahmed. And I'm going to tell you why Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil and Umar's, or when all of them basically came together, where did they go? Over the last few years, what were they essentially doing? And who was the man who wasn't unmasked all this while, Niranjan?
Yeah. Shravan, I think it brings us to the Pakistan link, and this has been a big exclusive today, ladies and gentlemen. A little after 10 a.m. this morning, we got a picture, Shravan got a picture of this doctor. He's also a doctor, Muzaffar. And Muzaffar happens to be a key link. He's the Pakistan link. And we are now going to show you more about Muzaffar. He's the brother of the terrorist Adil Rathar, who we just showed you. His brother, Muzaffar, was the one in Pakistan, was the one who then moved to Afghanistan, was the man who held a meeting with these bombers in Turkey. We've been able to pick up details of who he is and why he's critical. Here's the big exclusive of the day. Shravan, we'll take a look at the story and then tell you more about Muzaffar. Take a look.
It is now confirmed. Pakistan's hand in the Delhi terror plot is undeniable. The man at the center, Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rathar, brother of arrested terror doctor Adil, was the link connecting the entire module to Pakistan-based handle. Investigators say Pakistan is now using Afghan soil to direct attacks inside India. It begins in 2022. The first foreign link surfaces. Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil fly to Turkey, where they meet Pakistani handler Ukasha in Istanbul, the man who later directed the Delhi module. By 2023, Muzaffar shifts base to Dubai, posing as a professional while secretly acting as a liaison between the terror module and the Pakistani handlers. Every instruction, every fund transfer routed through him. Then, in 2025, after his brother Dr. Adil's arrest, Muzaffar flees to Afghanistan, switching locations. From Kabul, he coordinates with handlers Ukasha and Khattab, relaying final directions for the Delhi blasts. And finally, in 2025, the link is nailed. As the Red Fort blast probe deepens, Muzaffar's name emerges as the prime handler. Now J&K police, through the CBI, have moved Interpol for a red corner notice to bring him back. From Kashmir to Kabul, Istanbul to Delhi, the trail exposes a terror network that spans 3 countries and 2 continents.
We are outside the residence of Dr. Adil and Muzaffar. Adil is already in the custody of J&K police, the Srinagar police, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police has requested Interpol, as they had approached Interpol, to issue a red corner notice as well as the Muzaffar is concerned. Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module Mudassir.
And as Republic continues to expose this white-collar terror syndicate, the hunt for terror Dr. Muzaffar Radher now goes global.
Well, in fact, Dr. Muzaffar becomes the key person. In fact, this afternoon, after we broke this, Jammu and Kashmir police has now confirmed that they are basically reaching out to the Central Bureau of Investigation, which happens to be the nodal agency as far as Interpol is concerned. And a red corner notice is going to be issued because this man is no longer in India. So let's take you through the details. This on your screen is Dr. Muzaffar Ahmad Radher, who happens to be the brother of Adil Radher, and he was the one who was basically running this entire doctor module sitting out of Dubai. It is only after the arrest of Adil things started changing. Let's carry on. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil, as we just pointed out, in fact, he has been in India for some time and thereafter he started moving out. The moment Niranjan he left from India, he basically started connecting with the handlers.
Yeah, can we go to the next point, please? Let's keep moving fast. He was in touch with the Pakistani handler who moved to Afghanistan and was based there. Omar was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar, and this was after the arrest of Muzammil, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. His brother was arrested, Saharanpur, and after that module was busted.
Can I just quickly add this point that Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil visited Turkey in 2022 because it turns out
they're brothers.
This is not the brother.
Adil
was the brother. Yeah. So they went to Turkey in 2022. I'll just finish all the points that we have and I'll add a few things that we have missed out here. Muzaffar and Muzammil met Pakistani handler, that is the Usaka is the handler which has been named in Istanbul. It could be a code name also. And as far as the Dubai link here, Muzaffar was actually coordinating this doctor terror module sitting out of Dubai. And can we just move a little quickly? And after the terror, Dr. Adil's arrest moved to Afghanistan.
He moved to Afghanistan.
Yeah, so let's just quickly recap this. So all this while you only knew about these 4 doctors. Now this man was in the hiding. No one knew about it. This morning when I got a call from my source that here is the other link that is emerging and what's the Pakistan link. Muzaffar, in fact, was directly in touch with the Jaish handlers. 2 of the handlers, one happens to be Khatab and the other is Usaka. Usaka could be a code name altogether, Niranjan, but it turns out that while he was in Dubai, he was coordinating with all of them here. Of course, you've had the clerics. One cleric happens to be from Mewat, who was the logistical provider. But the moment Adil his brother was arrested, he immediately left for Afghanistan. And from there, he started basically coordinating this entire thing. It turns out that Omar, who was actually in Faridabad, got a call directly from the handlers, including Muzaffar. And Muzaffar had given the instruction that carry on, do what we had basically asked. And which essentially translated to carry out the bombing because their initial plan was serial bombing in the month of December.
Yeah, serial blasts were planned for December, but they advanced that plan after the arrest of the entire Al-Falah module, which brings us to the story of Al-Falah. The university on the edge of Delhi-NCR, ladies and gentlemen, in Faridabad. Trouble is mounting for the Al-Falah University. Now, they tried to claim that they had nothing to do with their own faculty. Can you imagine if it was 1 faculty member, 2 faculty members, 3 faculty members, okay, 4. 5 faculty members, 6 of them have been arrested, more under the scanner, and their funding is now under scanner, details of which we've brought out today. Falah University can't just say we had nothing to do with it, they were just staff and nothing else. One of the cars that were to allegedly be used in the bombings have been found inside the Falah University. Shavan, if you can quickly tell us what is happening on the Falah front, we'll then go into that story.
Well, Niranjan, you pointed out that it is not about one doctor, two doctor. You have the entire module basically operating from inside the campus, multiple meetings that took place inside building number 17, which we are going to show you in a short while from now. We were the only network to have actually gone inside to get a sense of what was really happening. Now, this is what I've picked up in the last few hours. In fact, when Home Minister Amit Shah called in for a meeting this afternoon, he's given direct instructions that look into how were they really operating. When I spoke to one of my sources who was part of the meeting, essentially indicated that you will have the financial agencies basically looking into how exactly were they getting the funding. In fact, the management so far has been saying that all the money that they've been getting are from the one that has been collected through fees. That's not possible. It turns out that the owner of Falah, in fact, was his name surfaced during a chit fund scam, was actually behind bars. And it now turns out that the agencies suspect that there is a dubious financial transaction that has taken place. And in the days to come, you would have the Enforcement Directorate filing an ECIR, which is an FIR equivalent.
Here's what is happening in the case of Falah. ED also stepping in. We went inside. Here's what we found out.
Haryana's Falah University has come under the scanner after its alleged links to the Red Fort blast has emerged to the forefront. Today, India's higher education regulator, National Assessment and Accreditation, has issued a notice to the Falah University for displaying a false accreditation claim.
Here we'll show you. You see Falah University in this form, a private university established by an Act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation.
Further, the university has been given 7 days to respond to the notice. Meanwhile, the university's funding as well as the financial transactions of its doctors will also be probed. ED is also set to file a case against Falah University, and top government sources claim that suspicious financial transactions are to be probed. Amidst this, the Falah University website has been taken down by administrators, with security agencies looking into reasons behind this action by university authorities. Meanwhile, the bomb squad has also reached the Falah University.
Minutes after the show cause notice news broke, it is being found the university's website has been taken down by the university authorities. Now we talk about what are the security forces who have been here for several days now. It's the 4th day that the security forces are inside. This is the very premises. I would request my camera person to show you. This is the very premises. It is well within the interiors that the whole premises has been taken over by the security agencies, be it STF, be it crime branch officials, be it police officials from different departments of Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi police as well for that matter.
Here's what the university's legal advisor had to say.
मैडम, ये एक दुखद घटना हुई है. यूनिवर्सिटी इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत दुख में है, सदमे में है. और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, इतने नोबल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद उन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, आइसोलेटेड वाली हरकत की है, उनके खिलाफ पूर्णतः कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. जो लोग इसको उन लोगों को रेडिकलाइज किया है, जिन लोगों ने भी किया है, उनके खिलाफ भी पूरी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. उन्हें जस्टिस पे लाना चाहिए।
और सर इसकी फंडिंग को लेके अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फंडिंग को लेके बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं, उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है। अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है। अल-फलाह एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है।
The institution in Faridabad's Dhauj village grabbed national attention after it emerged that terror doctor Umar Nabi, who carried out the Red Fort blast, was employed there. Apart from Umar, two of his accomplices, terror doctors Muzammil Shakil and Shaheen, also part of a white-collar jihad terror network, worked at the university. And now, only one question remains. Is this all a strange coincidence, or was the terror den part of a bigger conspiracy?
And speaking about Al-Falah, we've gathered more breaking news inputs. In fact, everybody is wondering what was happening inside this university in the Delhi National Capital Region, ladies and gentlemen. Faridabad, surrounded by Gurugram, New Delhi, Noida, Greater Noida, Ghaziabad. Now, all of these cities are in the Delhi-NCR region, Shawan. And nobody knew that Al-Falah, a university, was home to a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. It had almost become a den for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So much so that the police were inside a few days back. That's the breaking news input that we have right now. Shawan, do you want to tell our viewers what the breaking news input is?
Well, in fact, our colleague Soumya, who had gone inside Al-Falah University to get a sense of what was actually happening, she's spoken to a lot of people. Now, this is what we are picking up. As late as 3rd of November, you've had the Faridabad police actually entering Al-Falah University for a police verification. And lo and behold, this is what happens. The police goes into room number 29 on 3rd of November to do a police verification of Dr. Shaheen. What we do not know is to whether at all the Faridabad police did actually manage to sniff anything, because it turns out that the plan was that she wanted to leave the country immediately after the serial bombing. The serial bombing, in fact, was basically planned for the month of December, and multiple bombings were to take place. Niranjan, not just one location, but multiple locations. Urban centers were to be targeted. It seems that she had already applied for a visa. What we do not know is where exactly was she planning to go, which country she had basically applied. Of course, the police really knows about it. Now, it does appear right now that we've just got information that the visa was already applied, and since the visa was applied, I'm given to understand some sort of a verification was to be done. Now, this verification can only happen if at all the police basically, they've generally would have done that for a passport.
Okay.
But it seems it has done for a visa too. Let's try and get more word from.
Is it normal, before we go across to Soumya, you can put Soumya on the screen, Shara. Is it normal for the police, when you apply for a visa, to go to the campus and check?
Niranjan, let me just tell you this, that the police was aware that something was wrong, because this is not an operation that has been done in the last few days. This has been going on for quite some time. In fact, it seems that on 10th of November, when they were very close to nabbing Umar, things really went out of hand. And we do not know as to if at all this was for a visa. Why exactly would there be a police verification to begin with? Because generally that's not the case, unless it is to a country like Pakistan.
Okay, Soumya, let's go across to her. Do we know where she applied the visa for? Where was she going to go? Where did she plan to flee India and go to?
Yes, well, see, the details with regards to where was the visa application, for which country the application was for, it's still under the wraps. As far as the details that we've accessed, that the verification happened on 3rd of November, the exact room number where the verification happened, we have the details with regards to that. The room number 29, apparently, which belonged to the terror Dr. Shaheen, the verification happened then. However, if you can can see the chronology. It was on October, towards the end of the October, when Mujammil Shakil was arrested, and few days later the police was here for a passport verification of Dr. Shaheen. So a lot of things have started to unraveling with regards to the terror Dr. Shaheen's active role in this terror module, and how the whole plan was for multiple terror blasts, serial blasts here in the national capital. However, the month which was decided was of December, but the plan eventually was that if the plan goes successfully, she was supposed to flee India. With regards to which country the visa was for, visa application was for, it is still under the wraps. The details with regards to that are yet to be given by the police officials. However, as we speak, we are outside the Falah University, where earlier today the fourth car in question, where the suspicion was highlighted by the police officials and the security agencies, the Brezza car, was registered under Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So a lot of links emerging with regards to Shaheen's activity and her role in this terror module.
Thank you for that. In fact, one of the cars that was recovered today, Shravan, was inside the Falah campus. Actually, it can't even be called a university anymore, right? The university status has been revoked.
Yes.
So let's just call it Falah. At Falah, today there was a big development. If you can show the videos of the 3 cars that have been a part of this entire plot so far. We don't know how many cars more. Shravan has
Well, in fact, you know, with every passing day, there is more and more information coming in. In fact, when I spoke to a source of mine earlier today, just to get a confirmation about the number of vehicles, you know, there isn't clarity, but they suspect, because since the plan was to carry out serial bombings in the month of December, it was not limited to just one car. And it seems there are more number of people who are part of this Doctor module. In fact, on your screens right now, the Hyundai i20, Red EcoSport, and the Brezza, the Maruti Brezza, which was basically seized earlier today. Niranjan, if you would like to take it forward.
Yeah,
with
so
regards to
what we know so far,
how.
One of the angles that we've been able to bring to our viewers is that this particular car was loaded with ammonium nitrate fuel oil triggered by IED. The explosion that you saw, and the intensity of the explosion was such that in a split second, people were killed and body parts flung 300, 400 meters away, some of which were even found this morning. That was the intensity of the blast triggered inside this car. In one particular angle of the CCTV, when the car is passing through a toll booth, you can even see material on the rear seat of the car. Now, we don't know what that material was, but safe to assume that their plan was to make car bombs, load car bombs like the Hyundai i20, a Ford EcoSport that went missing yesterday. There was a wild goose chase for it. They found it in Faridabad, close to the Falah University. Now, there was an investigation, Shravan, so I'd like to hear from you what was found in that investigation on this red car, because it went on for 24 hours. And we were told that a third car was also owned by these terror doctors as of this minute. And that car was found inside the university campus today, Shravan.
Well, in fact, in terms of what is it that they have found so far? We are being told that explosives that were recovered from 2 houses in Faridabad was not all. There are more explosives that they suspect that was hidden somewhere else. It turns out that some of the explosives, we haven't been told as yet of the amount of explosives that have been recovered from this vehicle that you see. Till about 2 o'clock this morning, this particular car was being examined. Entire area was actually being cordoned off. No one was being allowed to come closer. And interestingly, this vehicle was basically found from a farmhouse. It was parked after the blast actually took place. And the fact of the matter is that the brother-in-law of Omar was actually using this particular vehicle. So just look at it, how it is spreading. The tentacles of this entire doctor module has a far-reaching impact.
Okay, so here's the story so far. Now, we are told that 3 cars, pictures of which we have, but there could have been many more cars that they plan to acquire, load up with bombs, because the amount of explosives that they had gathered, which we know of, is just 3 tons. They plan to prepare car bombs and take it to different parts of the country and explode it in December, like we've been talking about. December serial blasts were planned. Here's the story of the cars and what we know so far.
These 3 cars on the screen are the essential parts of the larger web of the terror attack on the national capital. Car number 1, white Hyundai i20, that did a zigzag through the capital and then blasted off with terror Dr. Umar Nabi sitting behind the wheel. Car number 2, the Red Fort EcoSport, seized by the police near the Khandawali village, said to be owned by the same terror Dr. Umar Nabi and used to export the explosives.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गाँव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय एनएसजी की टीम यहाँ पर पहुँची थी। एनएसजी के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहाँ पर आई थी, एनआईए की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है और सर्च करने के बाद एनएसजी की टीम यहाँ से जा चुकी है।
And car number 3, Maruti Brezza, found today, parked near the Falah University and allegedly having been used for recce before the attack. According to the sources, the original plan was to acquire 32 vehicles and carry out a coordinated vehicle-borne IED serial attacks across the city. The script had been prepared, explosives had been acquired, and the cars were to be assigned. With the discovery of Brezza at the Falah University today, the number of cars found linked to the Delhi blast has come to 3, encompassing parts of Delhi and Faridabad and raising more questions. How massive was the actual planned attack? And how many vehicles are yet to be found?
So if there were so many cars, ladies and gentlemen, and if one car has created mayhem in the Delhi-NCR, whether it's 4 cars or 32 cars, how many cars did they have? Was there a larger module? Were there more terror doctors? Shravan, what do we know? And then we'll take that report. If you can tell us quickly, how big was this December serial blast plot?
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even if I say as far as the investigation goes, we just know a part of the story. The full story is this, ladies and gentlemen, that it starts with this man called Dr. Muzammil, who essentially wanted to start a new outfit. Information of which obviously Pakistan's ISI had, and they wanted to use it at the right time. It turns out in the month of October, when they started having multiple meetings with ISI in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, and they wanted to tap vulnerable people, Muzammil was one such person. In fact, the instructions that were essentially given was take full revenge of Operation Sindoor. And the reason why that they wanted to strike now was only because they were frustrated in the manner India was able to destroy Bahawalpur, the terror headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. That is the reason why they wanted that there has to be a non-deniability factor. They did not want Pakistanis to be involved in it. So they wanted to use locals. Local Kashmiris are to be used so that all times Pakistanis can stay away from it. It turns out that they already knew that this man was working towards it, took full advantage of it. In fact, Adil, Muzammil and Omar were basically amassing this entire arms and ammunition for the last 2 years. This entire setup did actually exist. They were waiting for the right time. It's just that the funding came in and the fact the push came in from Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they essentially decided that in the month of December, some vulnerable locations and locations which is going to have a far-reaching impact. For instance, Uttar Pradesh happened to be one such place that was on top of their priority list, Niranjan.
Obviously, they've been eyeing the Ram Mandir for many years. That's one of the details that we picked up, that they planned a much larger blast and the sleeper cells have been working for many years, but they found this moment now, November, to strike because of 1, the arrest, 2, Operation Sindoor. Here's what they initially planned.
What investigators initially believed to be an isolated incident has now turned out to be far more alarming, far more sinister. Sources tell Republic that the arrested suspects, allegedly linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, had drawn up a detailed, multi-phase plan to execute 6 coordinated blasts across the NCR. Interrogation details show the date was not random. The module shows December 6th, the day the Babri Masjid was demolished, as a deliberate act of revenge. Intelligence officials say that the accused even referred to the operation as a symbolic strike for Babri. According to the investigators, the suspects had planned the plot in 5 precise phases, from forming their cell to triggering the blasts. The operation began with the formation of the terror module, linking with JEM and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Raw materials for IEDs and ammunition was then sourced from Nuh and Gurugram, Haryana. Lethal chemical IEDs were also manufactured. Potential targets were identified. Assembled bombs were then distributed among the module members. Officials say that the group was originally meant to strike in August, but operational setbacks delayed the plan. When revived, the date chosen was not just tactical. It was ideological, tied to decades of propaganda by Jaish-e-Mohammed against the Babri demolition. And as investigators piece together what is Delhi's one of the darkest days, the focus now shifts to uncovering who else was part of this deadly conspiracy.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, one of the key elements of being a journalist in the newsroom and not on the field, in the newsroom, is witnessing all of these pictures, videos, images that come into the newsroom during a big story. And one defining image that came in last night, Shravan, just when we thought we had wrapped up, a little after 11:30, when we just left office, a video came in showing the moment of the explosion, and this is the closest we've seen it. I'd like to show that video now on your screen. Let's show you the video of the moment of the explosion. Not this one, Sharat, the last night, the video that we broke, the moment of the explosion, where a CCTV footage captures all the vehicles standing at the signal, and we broke it a little after 11 a.m. Yeah, look at this video. This 11 p.m., I beg your pardon. Look at this video. When you play this video from the beginning, let's just pause the video there. Pause the video. Can we pause it? Okay. Okay. We got to pause. Just rewind it a bit. Okay, rewind it a bit. Okay, we'll play the video again. But what I wanted to just, point out at this video, let's pause it please right now. Yeah, okay. You look at this video. Shravan, it was carefully chosen, right? You see all the videos, he's moving around Delhi, he's going around all the streets, but 6:51 p.m., this is the car, right? You can see the lights blinking when the video plays, not playing it right now, but just want to point out how crowded this area was. If anybody is familiar with this particular location in Delhi, this is right outside the Red Fort metro station. Shravan, I've been there a couple of times. Extremely crowded, right? Just when you come up the metro station, this is what you find. And all these auto rickshaws that you see here, and I can count at least 15 to 20 of them, from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are at least 20 you can count. These auto rickshaws are basically waiting along the road, along the footpath to just pick up passengers because it's a highly crowded area. This place was clearly chosen, Shravan.
Well, in fact, one aspect is this. What happens before this and what was he really doing? That is very clear because it seems that a decision was taken that he was very close to have been in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. And that they wanted to ensure that something has to be done because if this guy if Omar gets arrested, the entire module basically collapses because he happens to be the most radicalized character, someone all through in the meetings that have taken place. And so far, Shaheen, Muzammal, as well as Adil, all have essentially said that this man was the one who was pushing for it. Now, what really happens here? Now, he carries this entire arms the ammunition that he had in the boot space of the car, it was an ammonium nitrate fuel oil with IED-borne vehicle. That's quite similar to what we had seen in the High Court blast that had taken place. Now, this person, this terror doctor basically moves towards this area. It seems that only discrepancy here, Niranjan, is that Connaught Place was also one of the targets.
Okay.
Was he really moving towards Connaught Place is something that they are still trying to figure out. But here, he comes in, sees the signal here, and realizes that it will cause some damage. And that is exactly what has happened. But the reason why this was done in a hurried manner was only because he was very close to have been caught.
Shravan, you look at the timer there. Let's play the video in real time as it came in. Shravan, Sharath, let's just keep playing it, right? Let's just keep playing it, okay? You just see, people are moving and boom, and everything is just, look at this. I mean, this video is so telling. And the next second, can we just go to the aftermath and pause on that video? In 1 second or a split second, there's an explosion. Just pause it. In a split second, there's an explosion, right? And this is the aftermath. You can see that there is nothing left. You can see that there is the frame of a vehicle that is left behind. There's a spark, and the damage was done.
This is all the mangled remains of the cars.
Have you seen this ammonium nitrate fuel oil being used anywhere before in India, Shravan?
Well, in fact, it was in Coimbatore blast that has happened, not really the case as far as the Delhi High Court blast is concerned. Now, they could have basically added more to it, sharpeners and other metal items, which would have had a high intensity impact. Having said that, it seems that only reason why that could not have happened is because they knew that he would have been arrested.
But I've never seen a video like this, Shravan. I have to say, we've seen many suicide bombings. We've seen many bombing videos that we usually come into our newsroom. But an impact like this, there is a spark and boom, this is what is left behind. I had to say that I was shocked seeing this video. 12 people died, that's the official number. This morning, there was a forearm of a person found 300 meters away. That was the impact of this blast. So I think we'll go to the next report right now. Here's the report of how investigators reconstructed the site and what they found on the intensity of the blast and this particular car bomber, Umar Nabi, the Hyundai i20. What really happened? Here's what we know from the investigators.
Agencies accessed footage showing the suspect, terror doctor Umar Nabi, masked, driving the white Hyundai i20 through the Faridabad toll plaza. The footage shows him looking consciously into the camera, as it is also visible that there has been a large bag or an object visible on the back seat of the car. Investigators believe that the bag contained explosive devices that detonated at the Red Fort. The same vehicle was later spotted driving through the Connaught Place, the heart of the capital. Investigators believe that this may have been their idea to carry out the blast at central Delhi, just about 3.1 kilometers away from the M Block Connaught Place. The final known stop before the Red Fort parking lot was the Faiz Elahi Masjid. Footage confirms Dr. Umar visited the Faiz Elahi Masjid in Old Delhi. He drove from here straight towards the Red Fort site. The 3 videos that have emerged today all add up. The aftermath is not known. Look at this. Umar Nabi was seen entering the Red Fort parking lot at around 3:19 p.m., leaving at 6:48 p.m. He's believed to have been inside the car in this period. The bombing day now pieced together in videos.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, some big news now coming in. The response really coming in from the government. Remember, there was a CCS immediately after the Prime Minister basically landed in the national capital, where the government has basically called this a terrorist act. Now you have the Home Minister, who's overseeing this entire investigation, has put out a stern message, Niranjan.
Shravan, the Home Minister's message, it's being attributed to the Home Minister. So there's a story breaking into our newsrooms right now. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has said punishment for Delhi blast perpetrators will send a message to the world that no one should dare to think of such an attack again. I'm repeating because this is an extremely strongly worded message. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, saying punishment for the Delhi blast perpetrators will send a message to the world that no one should dare to think of such an attack again. Shravan, obviously he's talking about the punishment, and that punishment will be, I don't know, kinetic?
Well, in fact, non-kinetic operations are already going on. Whether at all there would be kinetic operation is something that one will have to wait and watch. But, you know, step one has already taken place. That is the government calling it a terrorist attack. If that is the case, what really happens with the newly adopted doctrine of the government here, where any such act of, would be considered as an act, this would be considered as an act against the country. And the fact of the matter is this, Niranjan, that Amit Shah, who is overseeing this entire investigation, has made two messages in the last 48 hours. One with regards to the fact that this is a terrorist attack. The second is with regards to the fact that the perpetrators will be facing the harshest action. And that is the reason why they're piecing together all the information right now with regards to who exactly is really behind it. From the investigation point of view, it points towards Pakistan. It does point towards the fact that Jaish-e-Mohammed is behind it. The government so far hasn't officially named Pakistan. They haven't really spoken about the Jaish link. But as we are basically piecing together all that we are getting in right now, there is a clear link as far as these terror doctors are concerned and their handlers who are basically based out of Pakistan. So there is a link, and there is a messaging that the Home Minister is doing right now. This comes at a time when the United States of America too has basically come on board, where United States of America, the Secretary of State, has essentially indicated that this is a terrorist attack and carried out with the intention to cause maximum damage.
Yeah, and he's also said that India knows how to deal with such a situation, and they will. Which is perhaps, Shravan, the last time we responded to a terror attack, it was post-Pahalgam. And post-Pahalgam, when we responded to Pakistan, America tried to intervene. Could not fail. It was ceasefire call, desperate ceasefire call that went out from Pakistan. But this time around, America knows America saying, we are aware it is a terror attack, and they have said India is capable of handling this particular situation. And if the Prime Minister says, or if the Home Minister says that we will ensure such punishment that it will never be done again, then Shravan, I don't know, it's a strong message, but strong messaging happened even post Pahalgam. Strong message happened even post Operation Sindoor.
Well, let's be very clear here. Post Pahalgam, there was twofold action that has taken place. One, those who are the mastermind, those who are behind the conspiracy. And that is the reason why there was specific action that was essentially taken against Pakistan, because these were terror dens that were essentially targeted. And then, of course, you've had Operation Mahadev. Those who are behind the Pahalgam massacre, they too were targeted, and these were precision attacks that were carried out. Now, once again, the government making two very serious messaging over the last 24 hours itself. You've had the CCS. The CCS is usually conducted when you have internal security issues or an external security issue, and this time it was after the Delhi blast. The last was only for Nepal as well as in Bangladesh.
I think we have a detailed statement coming in. Yeah.
Till the time you pull that out, let me just quickly say this.
Yes.
24 hours, two strong messaging coming in from the government. One, the CCS. Second, today, Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, saying that strongest action will be taken.
Well, I have the full statement here. Union Home Minister Amit Shah inaugurated, this was during the inauguration of the Sri Motibai Chaudhary Sagar Sainik School and Sagar Organic Plant in Gujarat through video conferencing. While expressing his condolences to the families of those who died in the Delhi car blast, Prime Minister Modi's resolve to give strict punishment to all those responsible for this car blast will definitely be fulfilled. He says the punishment given to the culprits of the Delhi car blast will send a message to the world that in the future no one can even think of carrying out such an attack again in our country. All eyes are on the government. All eyes are on the government. Let's see what they do. Taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this special broadcast. A reminder that at 8 p.m. with Arnab, looking at the radicalization angle. Islamist radicalization, a reality you can't run away from that led to these terror doctors, radicalized terror doctors and cleric network that led to the blast in Delhi. And at 9 p.m. the investigation, the pieces are being put together. It's time for a crackdown, and nothing less than a complete crackdown this time.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity at the intensity. This is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death.
The startup park by IQ Ventures continues to set new benchmarks for India's innovation ecosystem. And today's Deep Tech conference in Bengaluru exemplifies this vision. The venue is alive with energy as founders, creators and investors gather to exchange ideas and launch new ventures. A highlight of the day is the arrival of Akshat Agarwal, founder of Arya, whose mission is to create dynamic co-living and co-working spaces for ambitious builders. As Akshat shares his story, Startup Park stands out as a platform empowering innovators to turn bold ideas into reality, fostering an environment and atmosphere where daring projects and meaningful communities thrive side by side. At Startup Park, events like Deep Tech Conference offer a space for experimentation and real connection, perfectly aligned with Akshat's vision for Arya. During his expert talk, he challenges attendees to imagine future societies, harnessing collaboration to reshape urban living.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Delhi blast. Wake-up call against radical terror. Radicalization debate takes center stage. Time for Muslims to call out Islamist radicalization. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MD MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock.
Startup Park Bangalore was buzzing with excitement at today's Deep Tech conference as leaders in technology and entrepreneurship came together to drive forward the country's innovation agenda. Abdul Samad, founder and CEO of Appetite Studio, took center stage with his vision for harnessing Web3 and blockchain to solve public challenges.
So what Shafi has done with the startup park is, I would say, is the beginning of what Shafi has in mind. Like whatever you see here, all these startups that have come here, all the startups that have been incubated, all of those 9 to 5 people who have become like, dreamers of something very big. Like it's just the beginning of it. So there's going to be, like I've spoken on stages, there's going to be a lot of network states and discussions around it, and future possibilities of what it could be, and a sort of similar great things that could come out of what is just the beginning as a startup park.
Startup Park by IQ Ventures proved to be the perfect launchpad for such ideas, offering the infrastructure, mentorship and collaborative energy that fuel projects with purpose. With Samad's story at its heart, Startup Park continues to inspire and enable those dedicated to shaping a better tomorrow through innovation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. You're watching the special broadcast here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. While we talk about the Delhi blast, the 10/11 conspiracy, there is something sinister that's happening. And it all is linked to Pakistan. And we wanted to break away from the 10/11 conspiracy to another bit of breaking news update that we're getting in. You may have heard of flights being delayed, flights being affected in different airports, but mostly the Delhi airport, all terminals at the Delhi airport a few days ago. It now appears that too was a sinister Pakistani design. Shavan, should we go to the breaking first up?
Well, in fact, it is about GPS spoofing. We'll try and break it down for you to understand what exactly is GPS spoofing. In a layman term, it is essentially interfering with the signal that an aircraft actually gets, leading to a situation that for a couple of minutes you would actually get the wrong signal. For instance, if the aircraft is about to land at the IGI airport, it gets the wrong signal, leading to a absolute chaos for the ATC as well as the pilot. In fact, just about a few hours ago, we are given to understand the DGCA, in fact, has now told all the airlines that the moment you report GPS spoofing, you have to do it within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we wanted to bring the details of the GPS spoofing. And I think this tells us what really happened at the Delhi airport. Just to tell our viewers a little bit about what we've understood from the details that Shravan has been able to gather through our reporters, Soumya, Harsha, everyone on the ground. Harsha, in fact, has been tracking the aviation story, and she spoke about how it could be a bigger threat than what we initially thought. Delhi's airspace faced a massive GNSS or GPS disruption on the 5th of November. That's roughly about 7 to 8 days ago. Over 800 flights were delayed, and we all reported it. Complete chaos at the airports, especially because of Delhi being impacted. Flights were either delayed, diverted at Delhi's IGI airport during this disruption. And let's also tell you what we know so far about GPS spoofing. Pilots reported loss of navigation and position errors, which effectively means in layman's language, Shravan, that when they were landing during an approach, essentially they went blind. Is that the right way to put it? When you're landing, you go blind.
So you're basically interfering with the internal system of an aircraft. So there are certain calculations based on which the aircraft basically lands. And if you try to mess with that, it could actually have a disastrous, ending, if I may say so, because that is exactly what most of the airlines have actually reported. And now the DGC has gotten into the picture.
Okay, so should we go across to Harsha? Harsha joining us with the details. Let's go across to her. Harsha, how sure are we that this was a GPS spoofing attempt? If it was a GPS spoofing attempt, do we know where it was done from? Because if the range of such an exercise is maximum 100, 120, 150 kilometers, where was it being done from?
So, Niranjan, Shravan, this is not something which is very common. We can't ignore it because it's a GPS spoofing. It doesn't happen. It's not like a technical issue in an aircraft which can be fixed, maintained or repaired. It is a proper system which is fitted in the aircraft, in the cockpit of the aircraft. And GPS spoofing happens, Niranjan, Shravan, 6 nautical miles above the runway. When the aircraft is about to land, it's 6 nautical miles away from the runway. At that particular timing, the GPS spoofing is happening, and almost for 15 to 20 days, multiple airlines, multiple carriers complained to the DGCA, which was happening at Delhi airport. First time GPS spoofing happened at Delhi airport, and the DGCA took the notice of it after regular complaints. There was one particular aircraft which was supposed to land in Delhi, but it got diverted to Amritsar because of the GPS spoofing. The GPS stopped working, the navigation switch went to left, then to right, and the pilot couldn't understand exactly where the plane has to land. And that was the big goof up which happened inside the aircraft. That is how GPS spoofing happens. The pilot will not know the navigation, the pilot will have no idea about the air traffic, the pilot will have no idea which plane is coming on the left direction, which is on the right direction. The pilot will have no controls of the GPS navigation. That is the kind of loss of signal which is happening 60 nautical miles mid-air. This is what we have got to know from the regulatory body, from the BTAC and from the dial as well. And today we have got to know that from past 2 days, there was something fishy which was happening in the Mumbai airspace. The airspace, the international it was monitored that the international flights which are going through Arabian Sea, this particular route P594 and L639, these are the international routes around Pakistan coastal area and the Arabian Sea. The GPS is monitored and it's seen that it is fixated from that particular area. The GPS spoofing is happening, and therefore the fresh notam was issued that no international flight will use this particular route. So now P574 and L639 route will not be used by the international flight. This was a particular notam which was issued to all the airlines carrier, because now the military is of the opinion that something is happening. There's something fishy which is happening. So Pakistan is not only affecting us on the border, but also in the air as well. And therefore, proper monitoring is being done by DGCA in the air. If we talk about the New Delhi route, if we talk about the Mumbai route, and Mumbai airspace is being monitored from last 2 days, and some serious activity has been noticed. Multiple international aircraft have complained about the GPS spoofing. We have got that number is around 10 to 15 international flight, which have clearly stated that the GPS signal stopped working. There was a loss of GPS signal, and suddenly we couldn't navigate that where exactly to land. There was a flight which was supposed to land at Mumbai airport, but it didn't land at Mumbai airport. It rather got diverted because of the GPS spoofing. So this is the we can say the gravity of spoofing which is happening, and it's very concerning. It's not the technical issue, it's the system which is fixed inside the aircraft. It's the US inbuilt system in most of the Boeing and most of the Airbus as well. And now the pilot in command and most of the pilots are continuously demanding from the government as well that there should be some Indian made system in the aircraft, in the air carriers, because it's now hard to believe that how the systems are being hacked. If it is a hacking, it's a different kind of warfare, it's a different kind of attack, it is directly linked to cyber or not. This still is unknown, because investigation agencies now are working with MOCA, with the AIB and with the regulatory body to exactly point out how this GPS spoofing is happening. But it's a matter of concern. It's very troubling for the international flight who have misrouted and not been routed to the particular path where they were supposed to land. Back to you.
Harsha, be with me. Captain Randhawa is also joining us on the broadcast. In fact, I remember the day we broke the story, he was live with us, and this evening when we broke the details of the GPS spoofing, he spoke about it briefly. But it's now confirmed, Captain Randhawa, and we now know that there is a character to all of it, a face to all of it, and that face is Pakistan that is attempting to do this. War without weapons.
Absolutely, what you rightly said, that GPS spoofing, when we call it, is the GPS jamming which prevents the receivers from locking onto the satellite signals. Spoofing basically involves broadcasting counterfeit satellite signals to deceive GPS receivers, causing them to compute incorrect position, navigation, and timing data. Spoofing, actually, if you have seen in the European routes, it starts on some parts of West Asia, and then when we go into the Iranian airspace, into Turkish airspace, and parts Iraq and all that that area, Turkey, that part, and now it has started occurring close to the Indian borders or in Indian context. So this is basically what has happened a few days back when we were contemplating that what has happened in Delhi. That was due to automatic, this system which is there in the ATC, which sends the signals to the automatic tracking system. That was one area where AI had initially said that has caused disruption of flights. Because they had resorted to manual flight planning by the ATC controllers. But, however, Mr. Dole has now said that there is spoofing of GPS, which is taking place in the Indian airspace. Now, this is a very serious thing. Now, GPS signals, when they give you a wrong position, like I'll tell you, a runway which looks at a particular point, it may be shifted about a couple of miles away from where it's supposed to be. Now, in case of, poor visibility and all, where the pilot is not supposed to be, and it will execute an approach. So it could be dangerous. Now, this spoofing, someone is doing, could be doing through the cyber attacks. This is a silent type of war, which, and the world needs to take a big cognizance of this GPS spoofing which is taking place, because it's becoming a serious threat day by day.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Captain Randhawa, for putting this into perspective. A story that we'll be tracking very closely, because there is a lot more than what meets the eye right now. Who exactly is behind it? And the fact of the matter is that this is not just limited to Delhi airport. There's more coming in. We'll get you more details. Niranjan, bringing back the focus on these terror groups that have been operating. One angle was, of course, the Doctor Terror module. The other, which perhaps not many have spoken about, but the real threat really came in from the Ryzen attack, or the biological attack that was essentially being played out by an ISIS module. In fact, earlier today, we've reached out to those who were part of this entire terror module and what were they essentially planning to do. Now, this lethal poison was being extracted from castor seeds from a factory in Gandhinagar. And we have actually done a full-fledged investigation to essentially find out what were they really planning to do.
Interestingly, in this particular case as well, there was a doctor, right? Now, whether this doctor was linked to this entire module in Faridabad, prima facie, as of this minute, no. But this doctor has a very interesting history. He's from Hyderabad, Dr. Syed, went to China, studied medicine in China, returned from China, had recce'd several targets, not just in Delhi-NCR. He had recce'd targets in Delhi. In Delhi, Sabzi Mandi was one of the targets. UP RSS terror headquarters. This is him. That's Ahmad Mohiuddin Syed, the doctor, the terror doctor, the ricin terror doctor, who wanted to inject a poison nearly 200 times more lethal than cyanide, and tasteless, odorless, can kill people. And the idea was to target sabzi mandis, target fruit markets. Why? Because this ricin poison, when you inject it into fruits, into vegetables, can kill thousands of people, and you won't even know what was in it. Here's more about the ricin terror module of Gujarat that largely went unreported because of the blast in Delhi.
Just a week back, Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad arrested 3 alleged Islamic State-linked operatives, including Hyderabad's terror doctor Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, in connection with the terror plot. The accused were planning a ricin attack. It could have been India's first major bioterror attack. The horrific plan was foiled by Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad when they nabbed 3 people from Gandhinagar on November 8th who were accused of attempting to produce ricin, a deadly chemical compound, to carry out a bioterror attack. Police say that one of the accused, the 35-year-old terror doctor, Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, was planning to use ricin, a poison so lethal it can kill an adult even when consumed in minute quantity. The trio is believed to be part of the ISIS module who have been studying the process to extract ricin from castor seeds from their apartment workshop. When spoken to Syed's brother, Umar Farooq, Farooq claims that his brother is being framed as he went to Gujarat just to make a business deal.
देखिए, ये जो अभी सैटरडे के बाद में जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मीट हुई, उसके बाद में से सबको ये रिवील हुआ कि एसेटॉन और रेजिन के कॉम्बिनेशन से कुछ पॉइज़न तैयार हो सकता है. इससे पहले शायद मैं समझता हूँ कि शायद ही किसी को मालूम था होगा, नॉर्मल पब्लिक को, डॉक्टर्स को भी, इवन डॉक्टर्स को भी उससे पहले दोनों के कॉम्बिनेशन से एक बड़ा पॉइज़न हो सकता है, ऐसा नहीं मालूम था शायद. तो ये पहली मर्तबा ऐसा सुनाई में आया. तो भाई भी जिस तरीके से वो घर पर रेजिन ला करके और वो जो पल्प निकाले और उसमें एसीटोन मिलाए, तो उनको देखने से भी कोई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा था कि भाई को मालूम है. भाई को बताया गया कि ये पॉइज़न तुमको बनाना है और ला करके हमें देना है. ऐसा शायद उनको नहीं बोला गया, बस उनको ये बोला गया कि ये काम है, ये प्रोजेक्ट बनाना है आपको और आपके इतने अमाउंट आपको मिलेगा. ऐसा कुछ वो कहकर उनको अनजान, इनोसेंट रखकर उनसे काम करवाया गया और उन्हें जो है ना वहाँ लाने के बाद वो लेकर उनको ट्रैप में डाल दिया गया.
With these arrests, Gujarat ATS prevented one of the deadliest terror incident in recent years. The busted plot exposes the shocking shift from arms and ammunition to bioterror attacks. India narrowly escaped from what could have been a deadly bioterror attack.
Swarali, my colleague, is joining us live from Gujarat. She's been tracking this module. She's been speaking to the ATS teams there. Swarali, where were they arrested from? What was their plan? When were they going to execute it?
Yes, Niranjan, so let me take you through the events and sequence of how they were arrested. Initially, Dr. Syed Mohiuddin, who is 35 years old, he was arrested from the Adalat toll plaza of Ahmedabad. He started from Hyderabad. He was traveling towards Gujarat. And on a specific location, he was supposed to receive the parcel. And this parcel was the drop dead by the other 2 colleagues, namely Azad and Suhail. Now, they belong to Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. Syed Mohiuddin, who is an MBBS degree holder from China, belongs to Hyderabad. Now, during the investigation, lot of raw material to prepare ricin, which is a very potent biological weapon, which was to be unleashed. And as we are discussing, the recce was done for Delhi, Ahmedabad, Lucknow, and even Jammu and Kashmir. Two of the others who belong to Uttar Pradesh stayed in Jammu and Kashmir for a week, and several locations were recce'd. Now, talking about the entire sequence, how he was arrested and what was the plan. According to the investigation done by Gujarat ATS, he was caught, he was nabbed at Adalat Toll Plaza, and post his arrest, other two were arrested because links were found in his mobile. There were contacts, communication was done, and these communication links led Gujarat ATS to arrest both others who had conducted this recce in several states, several parts of India, to unleash and uncover this deadly attack, which could have been the first major bioweapon attack in India. Now, as we are discussing that it's 200 times more potent than ricin, it can be ingested and inhaled. It is odorless, colorless, so through air it can be surpassed, and through food also it can be surpassed, and the reason cannot be detected because the kind of toxin it is. On the other hand, when Gujarat ATS went to Hyderabad and raids were conducted in the Rajendra Nagar, his resident, Dr. Syed Mohyuddin's resident, at that time even more raw material was procured. On one hand, his brothers informed Republic that he was unaware about the intention and the kind of lethal weapon he was dealing with. But on the other hand, Gujarat ATS claims that he is a very smart individual who is highly radicalized. So it's not a case that he did not know what he was doing, what plan of action he was having. But yes, till now, the plan of action is not clear through the investigation. But according to the sources in Gujarat ATS, in coming few days, we can have major developments in this story because investigation is still on. On the other hand, it's very important information we have that he was in connect with a handler who is located on Pakistan-Afghanistan border, Abu Khadija.
So what we'll do is we'll keep a close track on that story. We'll keep a close track on that story because we have to move on. We're running short of time now. The next story we had was on the ANFO, or the ammonium nitrate fuel oil mix that was used in the Delhi blast. Now, we were told, Shravan, that Umar Nabi, the car bomber, this module of Muzammil, Adil, Shaheen and Umar Nabi, the four of them had managed to gather about 20 lakh rupees. Umar Nabi was tasked to go and buy the ammonium nitrate from Nu in Haryana, from Mewat. There was a CCTV, very interesting CCTV footage that we had, not this one, there's another CCTV. It's an early morning footage from the morning of 10th, where he's seen passing through the toll booth, entering Mewat. Now, obviously, he was purchasing explosives, or purchasing / moving / loading explosives. Shravan, tell us more about this ANFO.
Well, in fact, the last it was actually used was in the Coimbatore blast that took place. Similarity, of course, is being drawn with the last blast that took place in the national capital, that was at Delhi High Court. But as far as ammonium nitrate with fuel oil is concerned, it is dense. And if it was actually mixed with other components, it could have been even worse. But having said that, it had its own impact levels. Now, the other important aspect here is that this was just what I'm picking up from my sources, that only 40 kilogram. That's what we have just been able to put together. 40 kilogram was all that was actually used in this explosion. Had they actually used what they were essentially planning, that is 350 kilogram of ammonium nitrate and perhaps a little more than that, and of course 2,900 kilogram of IED related materials, then it would have been complete beer. But here, ladies and gentlemen, 40 kilogram, that's all that was actually used for ammonium nitrate, and we have lost 13 innocent lives and over 24 of people who have already been injured.
That's 1%, almost 1% of what they had. Just 1%. Just think about it. Take a look at this report. What ammonium nitrate fuel oil is capable of, and the plans they had with this explosive.
6:51 p.m. Watch this visual. In a split second, the Hyundai i20 explodes. 1 second later, watch what remains of the site. Vehicles blown up. Carcass of metal at the signal. All of this in a split second. That was the impact of the ammonium nitrate and fuel oil, the concoction that triggered the IED. Also known as ANFO, it is a powerful industrial explosive that is used to cause damage on a large scale. This makes it the most preferred explosive to use amongst terror groups. The I-20 Hyundai car used to carry out the blast was also laden with AN4 and IEDs. A deadly mix of fertilizer and fuel. AN4 is often used in mining, but now increasingly exploited by terror outfits mass casualty attacks. Ammonium nitrate was acquired by the bomber Nabi from Nuh and Gurugram in Haryana. He made several trips like this one seen on the morning of the blast on CCTV. This is the Hyundai i20 spotted near Mewat. During the raid hours before the blast, investigators recovered a total of 2,900 kilograms of explosive material from 2 houses in Faridabad, 358 kgs from house number 1 and 2,563 kilograms packed in 88 bags from house number 2. With the confirmation of AN4 being used, investigators are getting to the bottom of the scale of what was planned through these blasts. Was it 1 or was it for 4 or 32 is now being reported.
Well, one of the key visuals that came in this morning was also of Umar Nabi, the car bomber, getting out of a mosque on the day of the bombing. What was he doing in the mosque?
Well, in fact, it turns out that centers of radicalization, as we have been pointing out, they thought that this would have been a safer place to be in. And in fact, when the last call actually came in from the handler, this was to park himself for a while before he could actually carry out the plan in a hurried manner. This image that you're going to see right now is just hours before the blast was carried out.
In the Delhi Red Fort blast case, a new CCTV footage has surfaced, revealing chilling new details about the movements of the main accused, Dr. Umar Nabi. Moments before the deadly explosion that killed 12 near the historic Lal Killa, the terror doctor was captured entering and exiting a mosque in Old Delhi. CCTV footage show Umar entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque near Ramleela Maidan opposite to Turkaman Gate, where he stayed for over 10 minutes before leaving his white Hyundai i20 around 2:30 p.m. on Monday.
Let me show you, there was no CCTV footage, CCTV visible from outside, but now we'll show you the exact CCTV from which the pictures and videos that Republic is showing you right now. If you can look at the frame, you see that is the CCTV at which Umar looked at while entering this masjid, and then few hours later he carried out the sinister act. He carried out the blast at Red Fort, Delhi. You can see that exact CCTV, and when you actually look closely, the surrounding and then corroborated with the image that Republic is showing you, that CCTV which caught Umar Nabi entering the masjid, because there was a lot of confusion. There was some gap between Umar entering Delhi and driving around half of the Delhi, moving to most of the places, most of the prominent places. He entered the parking lot, the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m.
According to the sources, the mosque where he stayed was part of his final route recce before executing the high-intensity blast near the Red Fort, which shook the nation earlier this week. The latest visuals add another crucial layer to the probe, exposing how the bomber used Delhi lanes and religious premises to stay off surveillance before the attack.
So that's it on this edition of the special broadcast that we had on 10/11. But our investigation continues, Shravan, and at 8 and 9 p.m. two big debates coming up. At 7:30, a special show on defense. But I think the investigation is just going to pick up pace from here. A lot more yet to be revealed.
Well, it's far from over, ladies and gentlemen, and only Republic Media Network keeping eyes and ears open to get you every minute detail of this entire investigation and why you should remain alert, because this matters to each one of us.
Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
If you can see the mangled remains.
welcome you watching a special broadcast of Republic Defence. As we come to an end of the Tri-Services Thrishul, this exercise has highlighted the jointness of our services, one of its kind that has been carried out in the western side of our country. You've had multiple services basically coming together. In fact, you've had not just the Indian Armed Force, but you've also had the Border Security Force, the Coast Guard also participating in this Tri-Services exercise. Thrishul was basically conducted by the Indian Navy as the lead service jointly with the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force starting early of November. This was after Operation Sindoor that we have seen this kind of an exercise that has been carried out. It was carried out by the Western Naval Commander of the Indian Navy along with the Southern Commander of the Indian Army and of course the Southwestern Command of the Indian Air Force as the principal participating formations. Now the exercise featured multiple simulations that was carried out, and of course, for the first time, you've had the Rudra Battalion also coming out in full display. What is it that the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force really did in this particular exercise? We've shown you what the Army had to do. Tonight, on this special broadcast, we are focusing on the exercises that were carried out by the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force.
Over the golden sands near Jodhpur, the skies come alive. Elite special forces descend from Indian Air Force aircraft with precision, a para-drop like clockwork, every movement synchronized, every landing flawless. But hundreds of kilometers away on India's western coastline, another battlefield unfolds. The beaches of Porbandar have transformed into live combat zones, the stage for the AMFEX 2025, India's largest amphibious warfare exercise.
India's largest tri-service exercise unfolds before the western coast of India. Right now at Porbandar, this is a strategic location where the AMFEX 2025, part of the Tri-Services exercise Thrishul 2025, is folding live before my eyes. We will be seeing coastal warfare, landing drills, slithering operations, MiG-29K, carrier battle groups in full force and action. The INS Jalashwa parked right off the coast. We will be able to determine the force and might of all three forces. The Indian Army, Navy and Air Force in tandem will pull off this beautiful exercise today.
What you're seeing is more than just a rehearsal. It is the real face of modern warfare. Heliborne troops, naval landings, real ammunition. Every branch of India's defense forces working as one. As dawn breaks, seeking and Mi-17 helicopters roar overhead, executing sling operations to drop assault troops directly into the combat zone. Below them, BMP armoured vehicles deploy smoke screens, shrouding the coastline in a tactical fog.
Behind me is the mighty BMP. This is a Russian-made troop transport provider. This is the workhorse of the Indian Army. It has been providing troop transportation and armour protection to our forces for decades now. This will be vital to our coastal landing exercises today. It will provide a smoke screen and will be the first on land as armor protection provided to the landing forces.
Every frame here demonstrates one principle: jointness. A unified tri-services response where command, coordination and communication work as one seamless mechanism. At the center of the operations is INS Jalashwa, a 16,000-ton amphibious vessel. It's both the command and logistics hub. Capable of carrying 1,000 fully armed troops, 4 landing craft and 6 helicopters, it embodies India's amphibious warfare capability. What elevates AMFEX 2025 is the integration. Ashni Brigade's drones scout inland, feed targeting coordinates to artillery units and relay real-time imagery to commanders. The battlefield is no longer blind. It is data-driven. It is predictive. From the seas, India's most advanced warships reinforced the assault. INS Surat, INS Imphal and INS Tabar each represent a chapter in India's naval evolution. INS Surat, the destroyer, redefining maritime firepower. Armed with 16 BrahMos missile and 32 Barak 8 air defense systems, she can track multiple targets with her MF Star ISA radar, all while remaining 75% indigenous. INS Imphal, India's pride from the northeast. Her extended range Barak 8 ER missiles can neutralize threats 150 kilometers away. Built for endurance, equipped with NBC protection systems, she is capable of operating in contaminated or high threat zones. INS Tabar, the veteran. 2 decades of active duty, now refitted with BrahMos missiles and upgraded defensive systems. Agile, dependable and battle-proven, she is the fleet's reliable workhorse. Together, these 3 vessels form India's maritime trident: speed, range, resilience. Overland, sea and the sky, the message is crystal clear. India's military readiness is not an aspiration. It is an operational reality. As operations begin, the skies come alive. Advanced light helicopters roar above the horizon, airdropping commandos deep inside simulated enemy territory. Their mission? Disrupt enemy supply lines, block reinforcements, and strike command hubs before the ground offensive begins.
The multi-domain operations are taking place and it requires the active involvement of all the wings. Here you will see that the troops of the Indian Army, they are being dropped to the location. You will see the drones already hovering in. Those locations that you see, the 2 tent-like structures, these are the enemy locations. And here, one of the hepters of the Indian Army, that hepter is going down. It will drop the troops into this very area because troops, it is not always possible to have the forces on ground always. And it is a time-taking process to drop them or to bring them via road or via these off-beat tracks. So what is being done? You will see that the troops are being dropped at that very place using the hepters, and then is the multi-domain operations taking place. This has the there you will see the troops will slither down. These are the special forces. These are the troops from the regular infantry wing that are now being dropped at that very location. So once the troops are dropped at that very location, they will very soon join back for the operations, because if we speak of this very area, this area is really a challenging area of operations. And as I'll request Rawatji to move away from that very area and get on to this drones, because drones are not only providing an aerial surveillance, but drones are also providing an active real-time information for the Indian Armed Forces of the ongoing operations, that how these operations are to be conducted, with the slithering of the troops on the ground, the operation and the stage is all set, that now the advances, the offensives are launched against the adversary that is hiding still in its bunkers. And this is how the Indian Army has prepared this exercise, Akhand Prahar, that is the uninterrupted strikes on the enemy.
On the ground, artillery batteries open up, thundering across the dunes as the long-range guns neutralize fortified bunkers. Surveillance never stops. ALH helicopters, fitted with optical sensors and thermal imagers, track every single movement below.
Indian Armed Forces are carrying out highly contested and complex battle operations here in Rajasthan, and here you will see that it is the advanced light helicopters that are entering the war zone. This is the multi-domain operations that are taking place in the deserts of Rajasthan, and what you see is these are the advanced light helicopters of the Indian Army's Aviation Wing. This exercise that you see on your screen, this is taking place close to the Indo-Pakistan international border. The message to the adversary is that any provocation will be seen as act of war and it will have repercussions for them. And for the same, Indian Armed Forces are preparing themselves under the largest exercise that is taking place post Operation Sindoor, exercise Thrishul. And here you will see that the advanced light helicopters, they are moving in the area. The location that they are crossing, they also have the deployment of the artillery 130 mm. These are the self-propelled guns that have already been stationed there to give adversary a befitting reply. Reason being that these are the highly contested and complex battle operations that usually take place in this area, because this area in the past has also seen the provocations from the adversary, and that's why this exercise is taking place in this general area of the Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, where it is not only a challenge to fight this, but the challenge is to survive. So braving all the odds, it's the Indian Army, it's the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy when it comes to the maritime security zone. They are also ensuring that every nook and corner of the country is secure and attempt from the adversary is given a befitting reply.
From the command posts, officers monitor live feeds, adjusting battlefield plans in real time. Above the battlefield, unmanned aerial vehicles sweep the sky. UAVs and rotary platforms coordinate to provide continuous surveillance, mapping out enemy patterns, transmitting live data to ground batteries, and enabling real-time targeting. As the skies stay active, T-90 Bhishma main battle tanks take charge on the ground. Advancing in formation, they crush enemy defenses in a full-scale simulated assault. Combat drones fly overhead, dropping explosives on bunkers, perfecting the model of non-contact warfare, where technology takes the front line.
In the enemy's area, now the offensives have started. Here what we have is the tanks of the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian Army. They have already hitting ground. You will see in the visuals that the loud bangs that you hear, these are the tanks, the T-90 Bhishma tank that is known as the one of the main battle tanks of the Indian Armed Forces that has already started moving in the area. This tank has the capability that it can strike 5 kilometers in the enemy area, and once this 125 mm shell is fired from the tank, then it has the enemy completely decimated. On the other side, if Rawatji is in a position to show you the ridge line, you will see the troops are also advancing along with the tanks that are rolling on the ground. This is being done so that a multi coordinated effort, be it by the mechanized wing, by the artillery wing, by the air defense wing, and also the infantry wing. They are moving along with each other. So it is a shoulder-to-shoulder operation technique that is being adapted by the armed forces. Reason being that what we are witnessing is high intensity and complex operation. Here you will see that the drones are also taking now route. This I'll request Rawatji to, if we can pull off from that, and we can go to the drones that have been brought into the operations. These drones are to ensure that the view that we have is a multi-layered view of the situation that is taking place. And on the other hand, you will see that the helicopter also that has dropped the troops. Now it is the assault that is taking place. I'll request Rawatji to be on the visuals that 2 blasts have taken place at the enemy location. This is to ensure that the enemy's powers are curtailed at very start, with the troops yet to reach the spot. These are the long-range validations that are taking place.
When the bombardment ends, infantry units move in. Trained for desert warfare, they advance behind the armor, breaching trenches, seizing enemy positions, and consolidating captured ground under artillery cover.
Number 4, fire!
Now that we have seen that the drones have done their work, it is the ground troops that are hitting the ground. You will see that the infantry wings, they have also entered the area that is of the enemy. With the vehicles on the ground, every possible support is being extended, and now they are taking control of the hostile situation that is there. The enemy camps are being taken over. These are the rocket launchers. These are everything here. You will see that is on the mobility. Why it is being done? That first the assault has taken place. We saw the helicopters dropping the troops into the operation. Second, what we have seen, that the drones have swung into the action. Then it was the tanks including the T-90 Bhishma tank that got into the action, and we saw that the tanks have decimated the enemy's infrastructure that was there. Now the troops have entered this very area. You will see taking cover. Since this is an open area, it has to be very precise. It has to be very calculated operations that are taking place. And now as we speak, you will see loud bangs also taking place, but the infantry troops, they are also moving. You will see drones have also swung into the action. Why these drones? These drones are different from what we have seen earlier. Earlier the drones were dropping the explosives into the enemy area. But now what is happening, that these drones are carrying our own supplies. So this is a supply chain that these drones are providing. And also now inducted into the operation is the all-terrain vehicle that you will see. These ATVs are capable of moving into every possible domain. I'll request Rawatji to move to the ATVs that are moving. You will see how this is braving all these desert odds, all the challenges, the demographic and geographical challenges that is have. And now to the other side, to the drone, I'll request Rawatji, because the first drone has dropped, that is on the other side, and the drone that is here on the other side, that is also going to drop the consignment, because this consignment dropping is very important. It provides an assistance, and this is the payload that being dropped, and it will now be picked up by the troops on the ground and will be used for the operations. So this is how the every aspect and the every wing is contributing to these multi-domain operations, because these kind of high contested and complex operations are the one that actually test a force, and this is what the Indian Armed Forces are actually known for, that they have integrated this entire system, that is the jointness, Atmanirbharta and innovation, in such a manner that they can carry out the operations in any hostile situation like we are witnessing here.
The tempo intensifies. Indian forces now launch a full-scale counter-offensive. Tank regiments, BMP infantry vehicles and artillery batteries move in unison across the Thar Desert. Their goal? Dominate before the adversary can regroup.
Now is the time when the armed forces are carrying out the operations to completely flush out the enemy's location, and here you will see that first the advancement was of the T-90 tanks that are rolling on the ground, while on the very right I'll request Rawatji to move to this area, that these are the BMPs that help to move the forces into these operations in the such hostile situations and the places where we have seen that it is almost impossible for other vehicles to even ply on this. These BMPs are the actually real difference makers for the armed forces, because what we have seen that these operations requires the quick movement of the armed forces, and that too in such a manner that it leaves enemy with no chance to actually carry out any counter offensives. Right now the visuals that you are seeing are from the Jaisalmer. This is the place where the exercise Thrishul is taking place. A major component that is exercise Akhand Prahar, the uninterrupted strikes. It is similar name to what we have seen on the 6th and 7th of May when India carried out the precision strikes on the terror bases of Pakistan, followed by the bases of the Pakistani armed forces that tried to target our main cities. And now you will see that this entire desert will have the presence of the first it was the tanks, and now is the BMP-2s that are moving in the area. This all is ensuring that these multi-domain operations are success, and that too at a time when we are witnessing that the adversary is trying every possible way to disrupt peace and to provoke India.
At the same time, another formation makes its mark, the Bhairav Battalion. Deployed for the first time in a major integrated exercise, this future-ready commando unit operates under the Rudra Brigade.
For the first time on the television, we are showing you the Bhairav Battalion. These are the Bhairav Commando battalions of the Indian Army. These have been deployed in the western sector as part of the exercise Thrishul that is taking place. I'll request Rawatji to come this way so that we can keep showing you the visuals. It is the Southern Army commander who is reviewing the exercise Thrishul that is taking place, and this has the active involvement of these newly raised battalions. This is the Bhairav Battalion. On the shoulders that you will see that why they are special. They have the sophisticated weapon systems with them, and these are so sophisticated that they carry out the operation almost in line with the special forces of the Indian Army. These snipers that you see, they have been camouflaged in such a manner. I'll request Rawatji to come this way where the Southern Army commander.
Trained for high-tempo mechanized warfare, the Bhairav commandos move with precision, striking, adapting and blending into the chaos of modern combat.
इस प्रकार से ये एक्शन में आते हैं, एक्चुअली ये घोर नुकसान पहुंचाने की क्षमता रखते हैं दुश्मन के ऊपर, और जिस तरीके से हमने इनको पिछले 4 ही महीने हुए जब से इनको खड़ा किया गया, और वो एक दिन था 4 महीने पहले, और आज का ये दिन है जो आपने कल भरूचवाला में भी देखा और आज अखंड प्रहार में भी देख रहे हैं। जो ये भैरव प्लेटून है, जो ये जो भैरव की जो बटालियन है जिसकी 2 असॉल्ट टीमें हैं, किस प्रकार से और क्या क्षमता रखती है। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो हमने इन लोगों को खड़ा किया और ये आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर के निर्देश अनुसार था, इनको सन ऑफ द सॉइल कॉन्सेप्ट पे खड़ा किया गया, यानी कि इस पलटन की भैरव बटालियन जो है इसमें 83% जवान जो हैं या रेगिस्तान या राजस्थान के रहने वाले हैं। तो ये इस कण-कण, इस ज़मीन के कण-कण से वाकिफ़ है, और इस एरिया में इतनी भली भांति समाज आते हैं कि जो ये आउटपुट निकालते हैं। मेरा ये मानना है कि जिस प्रकार से ये लोकल यहाँ के रिक्रूटेड फौज है, पहली बात। दूसरा, इनके पास नए औजार, नई तकनीकी इक्विपमेंट से ये लोग लैस हैं। तो जिस प्रकार से ये दुश्मन के ऊपर बरस सकते हैं दिए हुए किसी भी टास्क पर, इनका जो टास्किंग ऑर्डर है वो एक घातक प्लेटून जो कि एक इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में होती है, और जो हमारी SF बटालियंस हैं उनके बीच की इनकी हरकत रहती है। इनका तभी इनको लाइट कमांडो बटालियन का ओहदा दिया गया है और एक लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के चलते ये जो भैरव बटालियन है ये टैक्टिकल लेवल मल्टी डोमेन टास्किंग कर सकती है। टैक्टिकल लेवल पर
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा।
Undeniable Pakistan link to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Delhi blast, wake-up call against radical terror.
Radicalization debate takes center stage. Time for Muslims to call out Islamist radicalization, debating tonight at 8 p.m. Undeniable Pakistan link to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the Red Fort blast probe is exposing the extent of the chilling rise of radical Islamist networks in the country. As radicalized Islamist groups proliferate across the country, Republic also exposes the undeniable Pakistan link tonight to the Delhi blast plot. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've always said stands proven today. We have come to know in the aftermath of the Chandni Chowk terror attack that there is a deep penetration of Islamist, radicalized, fundamentalist, terrorist and pro-terrorist networks in India, much more than you knew. Much more penetration, ladies and gentlemen, all across of the dangerous Islamist ideology, much more deep penetration closer to you than you may want to believe. Somewhere around you, there are these Islamist, fundamentalist, pro-terrorist, radicalized, Gazwa-e-Hind kind of sleeper cells of terrorists. If this is not Islamist fundamentalism, then what is? What is? Do not be in denial anymore. Do not think. If you're watching this from your cozy living room, in a high-rise or a gated community thinking it will not hit you, don't fool yourself, it will. There is so much penetration of Islamist, terrorist and Islamist ideology in this country. The arrests of Maulvis who are spreading the concept of hyper-urban terrorism proves the pipeline of radicalization from Kashmir to Haryana. Falah University, Faridabad, now under the lens for financial transactions. They falsely claimed A-grade accreditation, misleading students and regulators. Multiple accused, all dangerous, radicalized terrorists. They could be moving around in a mall near you. They could be having food in a fast food joint next to you. You would probably think you are safe, but you are not, because they have surrounded you all across, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to start identifying these people one by one. There are all these radicalized people, radicalized group, people with extremist thinking, dangerous people, jihadis, Maulvi Irfan Ahmad in Shopia, talking to people in Pakistan, Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiyaq living right next to the Falah University campus, quietly going and buying vegetables one day and then arranging explosives the other day. All these people, Dr. Shaheen, going to malls, going to shops, general stores, and now it is found they were carrying detonators, explosives, logistics, all moving around silently saying we are professionals by morning, terrorists by night. taking government funding in the morning, working for government establishments, studying on our taxpayer money in the morning, and jihadis by night. So if you want to think and you're watching this saying that, oh, but this happened in Chandni Chowk, it will never happen to me. No, these people are deep, they have penetrated deep, they have penetrated institutions, they have penetrated quote-unquote civil society, they have penetrated academia, they have penetrated NGOs, they are carrying the guise, some people in the form of media maybe, and they are disguising themselves and they are moving all around, and you would never know how radicalized the person sitting next to you actually is. So be very careful, ladies and gentlemen. This is the paradox of educated jihad. Some people tell me this is because Muslims are being treated badly in this country. Tell me, were these people, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen Shahid, Dr. Umar, who studied on the basis of my taxpayer money, were they being treated badly? Did they say no when they got government funding for their medical education? No. These are the privileged jihadi Muslims, completely privileged, but heart of heart they hate India. Heart of heart. I don't know why. I don't know why. There's a hatred for the country and everything that Bharat stands for. And somehow this Falah University was the center of all these people. And this hatred in their mind led them to collect 2,900 tons of ammonium nitrate, ID equipments from all over, and think that they would get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the intellectualization of terrorism. We need to be ultra careful right now, because what we are learning is they have really done some deep penetration, and they were planning to carry out a series of attacks in December. Series of attacks. Not one car, not two cars, not three cars full of explosives, dozens of cars. Poisoning of the waters. Mass murder. For years, this secular intelligentsia in this country dismissed Islamist radicalization as a fringe narrative. When I used to speak about it, they used to say, Arnab represents the fringe in journalism. Today, I would like to say, they represent the jihadi approach of journalism. We are representing the nationalist approach. The fringe, ladies and gentlemen, that fringe approach is actually of these people. These are the people all the woke lobbies in Delhi used to support. And I want to ask the human rights lobby today, the pseudo-secular lobby, will you now open your eyes after what we found out? I want to ask Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah. They were all hurt by the encounter of OGWs. I want to ask them, they are the ones who said Burhan Wani should have been given a chance. They were the ones who said they were disappointed by the hanging of Afzal Guru. They are the ones who clicked pictures with Yasin Malik. They are the ones who called Osama bin Laden Osama Ji. Where do you see them today? Do they realize that radicalization and jihad is really growing in our country, the thought of it? And I want to ask you today, if you're a parent, worry about your children. If you're a child, worry about your parents, your grandparents. If you're a nationalist, worry about your nation. Your nation is under attack by the jihadis, the Islamists, and the Ghazwa-e-Hind ideologues. Do not any longer pretend that you can sit in a gated community, play golf, sip gin, fly business class, think only about the GDP and per capita GDP of the country, drown yourself in information about Donald Trump, but not look outside your door to find out what's happening in your country, in your neighborhood, in your colony, in your city, in your town, your village, in your locality, because this form of jihad is all around us. Unless we have an approach where as a nation, we commit ourselves to fighting radicalization, exposing radicalization, questioning radicalization, directly, openly, consistently, and with all conviction, then our nation will be under attack. Today, Republic stands for this war against radicalization. But do the other media do that? Or do they have the middle approach? I said on my Hindi program, as far as terrorists are concerned and the supporters of terrorism are concerned, we cannot have this live and let live, jio or jeene do kind of approach anymore. And I would also, with all humility, like to tell the people running our great nation, that the time has come to wage a war not just against Pakistan and the ISI, but also against those who are in this country and who from the soil of this country want to destroy this country. If there are enemies within all of us, regardless of religion, region, nationality, if we are in this country, if we are part of Bharat, if we believe in Bharat, all of us have to commit ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to a battle against radicalization, specifically Islamist radicalization. Let's debate.
The moment the car bomb exploded, 6:51 p.m. outside the Red Fort. This video is the clearest evidence of the impact of the bomb, created, loaded onto the Hyundai i20 by radical terror doctor Umar Nabi. Highly educated, highly radicalized. He was sent to kill. His handler, this link to Pakistan, Muzaffar Rathir, his details are being exposed on Republic for the very first time.
Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module. Muzaffar is rather a brother of Dr. Adil, who was among the 8, including the doctors arrested in the case related to Red Fort.
Muzaffar Ahmad Rathir, another terror doctor, also the brother of Adil, was directly in touch with a Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Umar Nabi, the car bomber, was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar, who had earlier visited Turkey in 2022. Investigators say it was Muzaffar who coordinated the entire terror module from Dubai, and after his brother and terror doctor Adil's arrest, moved to Afghanistan. This video from the wee hours of the 10th of November, the day the bombing took place, shows that Umar Nabi was travelling through a toll booth with his Hyundai i20, travelling into Mewad. It was hour before the raids at Falah and Faridabad that morning. Was he tipped off? Was he meeting the radicalized cleric in Mewad? The role of the radical clerics is under scanner. Mewad and Saharanpur are the focus.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए।
The network of clerics, terror doctors, have a link to one area in Delhi-NCR, the Al-Falah, the Jaish den that became home for the highly radicalized module. It is here that they conducted meetings in a safe atmosphere.
We are outside the Falah University, where earlier today the car, the 4th car in question, where the suspicion was highlighted by the police officials and the security agencies, the Brezza car, was registered under Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So a lot of links emerging with regards to Shaheen's activity and her role in this terror module. Indians are feeling the impact of Islamist radicalization. If it isn't addressed now, once and for all, it will come back to haunt us like it did during 10/11.
We are here tonight to see whether we can form a consensus against Islamist radicalization. Because it is a fact, it is true. The most radicalization is Islamist radicalization. The most dangerous, the most commonplace radicalization anywhere in the world, not just in India. I asked a question today. Shalini, Subrashta and Sanju Verma on one side, welcome. Syed Asad Abbas, Gaurav Chachra of the SP and Mohammad Suleiman, founder of the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, All India Muslim Personal Law Board. in a way the same, All India Muslim Personal Law Board. Now, why are all these faces of Muslims?
These are not Muslims, Arnab. These are the terrorists.
No. Now let Mohammed Suleiman answer. As far as I know, you see, this is very convenient. Syed Abbas says these are not Muslim, but Muhammad Umar is a Muslim. Muzammil Shakil is a Muslim.
Arnab,
Adil Rathar is a Muslim. Shaheen Shahid is a Muslim. Nisarul Hasan, जो धमाकों के बाद लापता है, he's gone running, coward. Parvez Saeed, he went to Turkey, he's a Muslim. You can't say these are not Muslim.
Absolutely
these are
not.
Muslim.
Any of these six.
These are Muslim.
Any of these six.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six. No.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six mentioned on top would have read Quran in its entirety, would have read the hadith of Prophet Muhammad. They would have known. You take one life.
They would have known and all, I don't know, but they are Muslim.
No, absolutely not, Arnab.
They are Muslim.
Am I am a Muslim. I'm a Muslim who will never hurt anyone.
Shalini is on the debate with Syed Abbas.
No.
Shalini.
Shalini,
we have to realize and we have to acknowledge the fact that yes, they are Muslims, they are misguided Muslims, they are not moments. There's a difference between being a Muslim and a moment.
You are a
Number
Muslim
one.
too.
Number two, they have read the Quran, they've read the interpretation, but they've read it wrongly. So it is our responsibility today to address the issue by saying yes, they are youth that have been misread, they are youth that have been misconstrued, they are youth that have been taken into a different form of Islam. This Islam is not what was supposed to be practiced. This Islam is not what is stated in the Quran. And this Islam is not what is there in the Hadith.
That people like you bring in the Muslim angle.
Defending them that they are not Muslim, they are misguided.
Nobody is defending them. The fact is, real Muslim, a true Muslim,
the Islamist radicalization is live.
So you need to understand that. It's absolutely unfair that people like you or the likes of you
responsibility for it.
No, there are two views today. There are two views today. There are two views today. There are two views on the program today. 1 minute. Shalini, there are two views emerging on the program today. There are two views emerging on the program today. The first view said, hold on, is that we know they are Muslim, but we'll go on television and say they are not Muslim, and then we will say, what is Islamic radicalization? There is nothing called Islamist radicalization. These are secular human beings. We should blame Homo sapiens for it, not any religion. Now, Sanju is on the debate. 1 minute. Sanju's opened up. Where did the AMPLP founder go? Sanju.
Arnab, I need my 30
seconds,
Arnab,
please. Okay, now I heard Mr. Abbas. I just want to make a couple of very quick points. Be it the Faridabad module or this doctor module, the Delhi blast perpetrators, the Jaish Mohammed module, which are the names, Arnab, as you pointed out, which have come to the forefront?
Sanju Armaji, I'll give you a name.
Can I please? I did not interject you, Mr. Abbas. Don't do this. I did not interject you. Arnab, this is no way to debate. I did not interject you. Please keep quiet.
With ISI.
Please keep quiet.
Was with the ISI.
I did not interject you. Please now.
Syed, 1 minute. Syed, after her, please calm down.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
I was being decent. I asked you repeatedly, keep quiet, but you went on and on. Now it's your turn to listen. I listened to you very patiently. Muzammil Shakil, Muzammil Ganai, Abdul Mateen Taha,
Nathuram
Dr. Shahid Sahita,
Dhruv Saxena,
Irfan Ahmed, Maulvi Ishtiaq,
first terrorist of India, Nathuram Godse.
These are all
Dhruv Saxena, BJP IT cell. BJP IT cell. Was he a Muslim too? He was found to be in connection. He was found to be in connection. Dhruv Saxena of the BJP IT cell from your party, Bharatiya Janata Party. He was found to be in connection with the ISI.
What is wrong with you? Why don't you ask the man to shut up?
Is that all right, Sanju Vermaji? No, I will not shut up. Listen, let's not thrive on this Hindu-Muslim sadistic run. Stop polarization. We are Indians. We are Indians.
Educated professors
so
who are a part of the Faridabad module.
Did they see who died?
You should be ashamed of yourself. You're sitting here and supporting your Jamatis. You're sitting here and supporting your Jamatis.
Hindu-Muslim करने वालों पे मैं धिक्कार करता हूँ.
Terror is a reality.
Hindu-Muslim
Allahu Akbar बोलकर बम को फोड़ता है.
भी बोलेंगे, जय श्री राम भी बोलेंगे.
Louder, both louder.
Let me tell you, संजू जी, ना हिंदू बुरा है, ना मुसलमान बुरा है, जो करता बुराई वो इंसान बुरा है. Yes, that is your language. See, Arnab, this is what she does. Arnab, this is what she does on the show.
एक मिनट.
Arnab, can I get my time?
Syed, can you just wait for a minute? I find this utterly hypocritical approach, where first you carry out a... No, 1 minute. I have stopped this man. I have stopped this man. 1 minute.
His time has already been...
No, but that's all right. Both of you spoke over each other. I'll come to you. I just want to take a minute to ask you this. What happens by denying that they are Muslim? What do you get? नहीं, ये लोग... संजू 1 minute. ये अप्रोच इनका ये हुआ है. टेररिज्म हो गई, 2 दिन के लिए चुप रहिए, कमेंट मत कीजिए. तीसरे दिन बोलिए टेररिस्ट बुरा नहीं होता, इंसान बुरा होता है. प्रॉब्लम उनमें नहीं है, हमारे समाज में है. इंसान बनो, कैंडल लाइट मार्च करो. देखिए, आई वांट टू टेल यू वन थिंग. ओसामा बिन लादेन इंसान नहीं था, मगर मुसलमान तो था.
नहीं, वो राक्षस था.
नहीं, राक्षस था मीन्स व्हाट? ओसामा बिन लादेन मुसलमान नहीं था. ओसामा बिन लादेन मुसलमान नहीं था.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं, वो राक्षस था और वो रावण था.
शालिनी जी सुन रहे हैं, ऐमान अल जवारी मुसलमान नहीं था.
रावण था, वो राक्षस था, रावण था. और जो ये लोग हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं,
जिस तरीके से करना है, सच्चाई बोलने में आपको क्या
शालिनी अली,
इस बात को मान रहे हो कि ये मिसगाइडेड यूथ है, इनको जिहाद की गलत डेफिनेशन दी जाती है, इन्हें बोला जाता है कि आपको एनआरसी सीएए के वजह से आपको देश से बाहर निकाल दिया जाएगा. आप क्यों नहीं इस बात को मान रहे हो कि इतने प्रिविलेजेस उन्हें हमारे देश में मिल रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद उनको लगता है कि मुसलमानों के साथ बहुत ही गैरों का एक वातावरण बनाया जा रहा है. क्यों नहीं मान लेते हो कि हज सब्सिडी जो आती है इस देश में, उसके ऊपर भी मुसलमान अपना दावा ठोकते हैं और उससे हज के लिए भी जाते हैं. क्यों नहीं मानते हो कि टेररिस्ट जो है वो मिसगाइडेड लोग होते हैं, इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं जिस तरीके से कुरान में लिखा गया है. जिहाद का मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि वो एक होली वॉर है. जिहाद का मतलब वो होता है कि आप किसी चीज के लिए स्ट्राइव कर रहे होते हैं. काफिर का मतलब वो नहीं होता है कि आप अल्लाह को नहीं मानते हो. काफिर का मतलब वो होता है जो होली वननेस गॉड को नहीं मान रहा, ऑलमाइटी को नहीं मान रहे हो. ये मिसगाइडेडनेस है. यू कांट से कि मुसलमान नहीं है, वो मुसलमान है, मोमिन नहीं है, वो इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं सही तरीके से. मौलानाओं ने उनको गलत तरीके से चीजें सिखाई हैं. ये कह देने से कि वो मुसलमान नहीं है, उससे मतलब ये पूरा का पूरा मुद्दा खत्म नहीं होता है. मुद्दा है आपके सामने, आप देख रहे हो, उनके नाम देख रहे हो, आप ये देख रहे हो कि हाँ उन्होंने अपना रिलीजन जो बताया गया है वो इस्लाम बोला गया है, मुस्लिम बोला हुआ है. इस बात से हट जाओ यार. इस कम्युनिटी को इकट्ठा खड़ा करने के लिए पहले इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर जो प्रॉब्लम है उसकी सोल्यूशन तो देखिए ना. एजुकेशन चाहिए तो ढंग से चाहिए. एजुकेशन की तरफ हमारे कौम के युवाओं को आगे लेकर जाइए ना. इस सब बातों को छोड़ दीजिए कि हाँ जी मुस्लिम है नहीं है. जो इशू है उसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करिए और उसको सॉल्व करने से पहले ये बात मान लीजिए कि वो प्रॉब्लम है और उस प्रॉब्लम को सोल्यूशन हमें निकालना है.
I want to ask one question. Why were these terrorists going to these mosques and these madrasas? Syed, 1 minute, please. Please, Syed. We'll have to accept the reality. The reality is that these terrorists were going to certain madrasas and certain mosques. Why were they going to certain madrasas and certain mosques? What was the support structure inside the madrasa, inside the mosque? Now, at the core of the module Subrashta, very interesting point I want to raise here. They are all Muslim clerics, all Muslim religious leaders. Maulvi Irfan Ahmad, Mewat cleric Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiyaq. So these people are showing that they are Maulvi, etc. as a front. Their real job was creating a whole, making their religious centers or whatever they were functioning from, or universities, centers to store arms, ammunition. And this is not the first time. Whenever there is stone pelting on Hindus, it is always from people, very often from people who are pelting the stones from inside mosques. So have some radical people turned mosques into a center of a hate India program. 1 minute. For then I will have to ask, what is their deep agenda? Are these people such fools? 1 minute. Do they really believe that they can create chaos in this country? Because Subrashta, I'll close with this. The plan was to create a lot of bloodshed in India in December. Mass bloodshed in India in December was this phase 1 of their Goswami campaign. Now don't try to pretend कि सब कुछ ठीक है. सब कुछ ठीक नहीं है. रंगे हाथ पकड़े गए हैं. क्रैकडाउन होने वाली है. सबको पकड़ा जाएगा. सबकी फंडिंग बंद होगी. सबको अंदर किया जाएगा. और ये सब लोग एक नंबर के कायर हैं. सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस आते हैं तो भागते हैं. ये कोई दम नहीं है इनमें. इनको पकड़ पकड़ के सिखाया जाएगा. सैयद, आई एम टेलिंग यू, 1 minute. Subrashta, no more.
I agree with
No,
you.
I don't take the middle line.
30 seconds.
Arnab, my question is,
had they read what
Prophet
said,
there has been a letter floating around with 5 Muslim.
में नहीं मानते.
नहीं सुन लीजिए, आपको तब लगातार आप बोल रहे हैं, आपको बोलने का मौका मिल रहा है, बिल्कुल मार्जिनलाइज नहीं किया गया है आपको, लेकिन आपको दूसरे तरफ की भी बात सुननी पड़ेगी. Arnab, there has been a letter that has been quoted by, Shashi Tharoor about these 5 Muslim eminent intellectuals who condemned the attack. My question to everybody sitting on the panel who is trying to either defend this or, tiptoe about this conversation is this. When there was a whole campaign going around in this country in the name of CAA, NRC, and lies were being spread through prominent anchors in Indian television, did these Indian Muslims who are sitting now as political analysts, did they come out and say we condemn this? These are blatant lies and it can inflame a community to no extent? Have you ever heard these guys talking about madrasas and the kind of indoctrination that happens there? Are we new to this? Or should it shock us that madrasas have been a seat of, they are not just a place of study, and that they have been seats of laboratories of terror, operations in this country? What are we talking? And not in this country. They just need to look up, read up articles after articles, follow and track conversation after conversations in Europe, in US, and all these places where people have migrated to better economic prospects, and what they have done to the political climate of the country. This conversation cannot be kosher. I'm sorry to say, but this is a conversation we need to have, and more Muslims need to speak about this. I don't understand why is it difficult to understand that the true financiers of fanaticism need to be brought to book. If the financing goes through madrasas, if the financing goes through NGOs, they need to be called out. I don't understand what is the problem.
No, because the problem
social
is
media conclaves and selective outrage, etc. I think we should be done with these conversations now.
No, because the problem is then we will have to. Problem is we will then have to ask what is happening within the madrasas and the masjids. Gaurav Chachra, one point I want to make to you. Syed, just listen for a minute. Maulana Irfan Ahmad Waga previously worked as a paramedical staff member at Government Medical College in Srinagar, which means he was a government servant. During that time, he came into contact with several students who visited a mosque in Nogam. ये radicalization पूरी तरह से मस्जिद से शुरू हुई. The radicalization, Gaurav, happened from a mosque. Then Maulana Irfan said, I am going to make it my job to radicalize students, including the students pursuing medicine in Faridabad. And many people came to Faridabad. You know why, Gaurav? Because the government of India wanted to integrate Kashmiri Muslims into the mainstream academic life of this country. So Sanju Verma, listen to this. You first make sure radicalization is over. Then you start your integration system. Integration does not happen automatically. By getting 100 students to Falah University, you don't start national integration. You have to disintegrate that thinking first. Gaurav, exactly. There is an undeniable connection to mosques and madrasas. Just as there is an undeniable connection to the Jaish Muhammad.
Arnab, if that is the case, then why is UP state funds being granted to madrasas under Yogi Adityanath? Can you answer me today? Why does Yogi Adityanath ji grant funds under the state funds of
Maybe he should stop.
Yeah, so Sanju Verma,
because if he stops, you will say Muslims are being targeted.
If madrasas are terror, then why do BJP grant?
Gaurav Chachra!
Can I please?
Gaurav, louder!
आप मुझे सुन लीजिए. आतंकवाद का कोई धर्म नहीं होता, कोई जाति नहीं होती.
जानबूझ के ये धर्म के चश्मे से देखना छोड़ दीजिए। ये जो फेलियर ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस हुआ है, जो केंद्र सरकार की गलतियां उसको छुपाने के लिए आप एक धर्म के चश्मे से देख रहे हैं इसको कहीं ना कहीं मैनिपुलेट कर रहे हैं।
Insane debate is this? Can I now come in? Can I come in now? You had your say. You had your say. Now I refuse to debate. I have to fight every day for my time.
आगे तो भविष्य में ऐसी कोई घटना ना हो सके। पूरा विपक्ष केंद्र सरकार के साथ में आतंकवाद को जड़ से खत्म करेंगे।
No. The point is,
क्या कर रहे हैं हम आपके साथ में हैं।
The point is, why are all these clerics?
कहाँ से प्लानिंग हो रही है, क्यों हो रही है, क्या हो रहा है,
कौन कर रहा है?
एक इंसान डॉक्टर जो है वो सहारनपुर में रह के रोज नई प्लानिंग कर रहा है। क्या करनी चाहिए इंटेलिजेंस आपकी?
Audio not clear. Both audio not clear. Fix the audio, and when both audios are bad, one has to be higher at one time. Directors. Windows have to be made. The two people have to be separated on two sides of the screen. Audio is to be higher for one, lower for the other, so that in a bad audio situation, one person can be heard. Live direction, ladies and gentlemen.
के जो चेयरमैन है अजीम प्रेम जी, जो भी मुसलमान है।
I refuse to debate like this. Each time I come on air, you allow the other person to pre-run and you mute my voice. Please continue to debate with this guy. I refuse to shout every evening. I don't want to fight for my time. Either call me and give me time or don't call.
सबका देश है। इस देश में हम देश के साथ खड़े हैं, देश के नागरिक हैं, विपक्ष की पार्टी केंद्र सरकार के साथ खड़ी है।
You don't have the guts to condemn radical Islam. You don't have the guts to condemn jihad.
अभी भी आप देखिए क्या उनकी कमर तोड़ दिया, उनसे पूछते हैं क्या भविष्य में करने वाले थे, कितने बड़ी घटना बन जाए।
संजू
उनका पर्दाफाश होना चाहिए।
संजू and Sir,
मेरा देश की जनता बचे, मेरा कोई बहन ना मरे, मेरा कोई भाई ना मरे।
ना बांटो हिंदुस्तान को, ना मैं हिंदू बनूं ना तुम मुसलमान बनो, मैं भी हिंदुस्तानी बनूं तुम भी हिंदुस्तानी बनो। बस करो ये बंटवारा। मैं कृपया करके हाथ जोड़ के बोलता हूँ, who has died? Hindus have died, Muslims have died. How does it matter? Mothers have lost their kids. Wives have been orphaned. Have some shame.
I
have
see
some
you
self-respect.
always telling me,
We are
Sanju, do
Indians.
not interject. Can I now come in? I don't want lessons in secularism from this radicalized guy. I don't want lessons in secularism from this radical element on your show. I refuse to debate unless you mute him, because you don't allow me to interject others.
No. Ma'am, let me tell you, we love our Hindu brothers, we love our Muslim brothers, but first we are Indians. Listen to me.
You're not conducting a sane debate. You want noise on your show.
Or the likes of you are nobody to divide us. We will stand united, Arnab. We will stand sacrosanct with our country, because even for Muslims, the best country in the world, even for Muslims, the best country in the world.
बाद में बीजेपी को भाषण देना। Can you condemn radical Islam? Can you condemn jihad?
I will. Yes,
can you condemn the Faridabad module? Can you condemn Jaish Mohammed? Can you condemn Lashkar-e-Taiba? Can you condemn?
Listen to me. I condemn anybody on the land of this beautiful Bharat Maa. Listen to me. On this beautiful dharti of Bharat Maa, anybody who takes a life, irrespective of Hindu or Muslim, I condemn them.
Sanju, louder.
Indian brothers, my Indian brothers and mothers have died, ma'am.
आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक ही सजा बोलकर कन्हैया लाल की गर्दन काट डाली। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर उमेश कोले की गर्दन काट डाली। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने अल्लाह अकबर बोलकर चार्ली हेब्डो कर डाला। आपके भाइयों ने अल्लाह अकबर बोलकर ब्रसेल्स की बॉम्बिंग की। आपके भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर मक्का मदीना में भी बॉम्बिंग की। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर कश्मीरी जेनोसाइड किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर कोयम्बटूर किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर
You deserve me a second. You give me a second, Arnab. The fact is, so much of division, so much of
गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर समझौता एक्सप्रेस ब्लॉक किया।
always unite us in one Indian.
जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पुणे बेकरी ब्लॉक किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर चिन्नस्वामी स्टेडियम ब्लॉक किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर जयपुर बम ब्लास्ट किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर अहमदाबाद बॉम्बिंग की। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर वाराणसी ब्लास्ट किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पहलगाम टेरर अटैक किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पुलवामा अटैक किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पठानकोट अटैक किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर फरीदाबाद ब्लास्ट किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर दिल्ली बम ब्लास्ट किया। आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर 2001 पार्लियामेंट्री बिल्डिंग पर अटैक किया।
One minute, just 1 minute. If I may, you are all speaking over each other. Sanju, the reason I want to bring a more intense focus today, and if I can speak, can I, without interruption, speak only over visuals for a while? Viewers of Republic, something very serious has happened in our country, and sometimes these debates, the way people are speaking over each other, we may end up losing our focus on the importance of what has happened. See, viewers, I began the program today by saying that this is industrial scale Islamist radicalization. This is industrial scale terrorism. In one house, 88 bags of high explosives and IED materials were found. Inferring from the 88 bags, the question is, was it possible that 88 sites were also identified? There is a huge group of ideological support for terrorism in this country. Communication support, ideological support, logistical support, minute-to-minute tracking. Whoever is behind this, I can assure you there are thousands and thousands of people working together to carry out a new level of terrorism in our country. The problem is, you ask anyone, how many days will you forget what happened in Chandni Chowk? They'll say 3 days, 4 days and 5 days. There's a Bihar election result tomorrow and people will be debating that. This will be forgotten. And that is what the enemy wants. The enemy wants you to let down your guard. But if you speak informally to people, they will say, hame sab kuch pata hai. There are people who say, we have surrounded this country from within. We are going to hit, we are going to strike back. We are waiting for our moment to attack. In the interrogation notes, by the way, Shalini, of all these people, they are saying, and they have said, all these radicals, that we have been trained to carry out terrorism in India because we hate people who don't believe in our religion. We have been told that India is a 82% Hindu country. So it is more likely that acts of terrorism, Hindus will be killed.
Arnab,
and I do not want to be disturbed, but I am of a clear view. That the problem with our country is we've become so economically, some centers of our country as urban centers have become so economically privileged that they don't care what happens outside. There are some people who will say, we don't go to Chandni Chowk. But do you know this will not hit the mall next to you? The shopping center, the crowded place, the place of worship, the railway station, an airport. Has this not happened to India in the past? The only difference is, we believe it is the job of our army, Operation 2.0, Operation 3.0. The moment there is a terrorist attack, we never say, what are we going to do? We're going to say, what is Narendra Modi going to do? When are we going to hit Pakistan? As if that is going to solve the whole problem, Shalini. It's not going to solve the whole problem. The people who hate India are inside India. But if I say, why are so many of them Muslim? I'll be told you're targeting Muslims. But if I don't speak, no, 1 minute. Why are so many of them Muslim? Do you not understand English? Harish? Why are so many of them Muslim?
Dhruv Saxena was a Muslim, Arnab Goswami.
Why are so many of them Muslim?
Yes, please, you don't talk.
Shalini and Harish. Why are so many of them Muslim?
To understand Number one, we, like what I said at the beginning of the debate also, we need to understand that there is an issue, and there is an issue that is coming out of our community where there are youth that are being taught things at a very young age. When they go to madrasas with Kattar teaching and where they have this Islamist radicalized teachers, they are taught the Quran and the Hadith in a manner they want to teach the children. We keep talking about Jaish Muhammad, and we keep talking about ISIS, and we keep talking about Lashkar-e-Taiba and everything. This is exactly what happens over there. They're taught the wrong meanings. They're taught the interpretations in a manner where they are taught to kill. Islam is a very loving and a very peace-loving religion, like all other religions too. But जब मायने ही गलत सिखा दिए जाते हैं और यूथ जब इधर उधर होने शुरू हो जाते हैं, तो इशू तो है ना। ये कह देना कि ये मुसलमान नहीं है, ये गलत हो जाएगा। मैं मान रही हूँ कि ये मुसलमान है, पर ये सही तरीके से इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो करते हैं। आतंकवाद का कोई धर्म नहीं होता है। एट द सेम टाइम वो जो धर्म की हम बात करते हैं, वो धर्म होता है अपने देश के प्रति, वो धर्म होता है पुत्र के प्रति, वो धर्म होता है पति के प्रति, वो धर्म होता है अपने पत्नी के प्रति। ये सारे धर्म होते हैं। और जब हम रिलीजन की बात करते हैं, तो आप उस रिलीजन में बॉर्न होते हैं या आप कन्वर्ट होते हैं, तो भी अगर आप उसको नहीं संभाल पा रहे हैं या समझ पा रहे हैं और गलत रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं, तो वो हम लोगों का एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। हम अगर इस देश में रह रहे हैं, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बिल्कुल उसी तरीके से। अ क्रैकडाउन नीड्स टू बी डन ऑन सच मदरसास, अ क्रैकडाउन नीड्स टू बी डन ऑन सच कट्टर मौलानास। व्हेन देयर वाज एन इशू, समवन ऑन योर पैनल इटसेल्फ सेड कि नहीं जी यूपी में मत दीजिए ग्रांट, तो व्हेन द ग्रांट्स वर स्टॉप्ड and where the illegal madrasas were told to were sealed, where Assam, where we had the crackdown on madrasas in Assam because it was leading to a lot of infiltration, तो यही पैनल वाले लोग थे जो कह रहे थे कि आप लोग हमारे खिलाफ खड़े हो गए हैं। बात नरेंद्र मोदी की नहीं है, बात शालिनी अली की नहीं है, बात अर्नब गोस्वामी की नहीं है, बात हर एक भारतीय नागरिक की है कि हम इन सब चीजों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए धर्म को बीच में ना लेकर आए, पर धर्म के अंदर या धर्म के डाल में जो काम हो रहा है उसके ऊपर हम क्रैकडाउन कैसे करेंगे। और इस वक्त हमारे लिए
अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में क्यों हो रही थी? देखिए, मैं सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, why was this happening in Al-Falah University and not Delhi University? Because it was
Javed Siddiqui, the founder of Al-Falah University. Now it has come to light that Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, the chancellor and the founder of Al-Falah, this is breaking news, he is the one who actually gave a free run for people to assemble in the boys' hostel of Al-Falah, where all the conspiracies were hatched to ensure that the Faridabad / Jaish Muhammad /
Why did your government allow it? Why did our government allow it? Why did our government allow it? And my question is, your government, our government had a scheme to carry out national integration. It used to say, get a lot of Kashmiri students. Get a lot of Kashmiri students to Delhi.
Down on terror big time or not? The Modi government is cracking down on terror big time, and you know this better than anyone else. Don't try to mislead your audience. Do you imagine? Can you imagine what would have happened if Delhi blast had happened and say Rahul Gandhi were the Prime Minister, or say Akhilesh Yadav was the Prime Minister? Akhilesh Yadav after Varanasi blast went to Allahabad High Court saying Indian Mujahideen ki galti hi nahi hai. Sonia Gandhi shed copious tears in 2008 after the Batla House encounter. Till today, I have never heard Rahul Gandhi address the problem of radical Islam. Thank God you have Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister and Amit Shah as the Union Home Minister.
Have you finished?
I have finished, but why aren't you asking the tough questions on why intellectual cover fire is being given to terrorists under the garb of saying that "Arey terror ka koi dharm nahi hai"? I tell you that more than terrorists, it's the terror apologists who need to be exposed.
Why was there no intelligence or check on what was going on inside Al-Falah University till the explosion happened? Sanju, you need to answer that question. It's your government. You don't have any intelligence on what's going on inside the university.
I will not dump things under the carpet. Yes, there has been a lapse, but more importantly, the lapse has been taken cognizance of. And I think half the problem is solved when you at least take cognizance of the problem. 10-11 will be avenged. This is not like 2008, 26-11, where Fali Homi Major, the then IF chief, said.
No, but now you have arrested Javed Ahmed. Now you have arrested Javed Ahmed Siddiqui in a cheating case of 7 crore rupees. The nation wants to know what were you doing till now?
Not only for cheating, Javed Ahmed Siddiqui has been arrested for putting forward a false accreditation certificate.
Well, I just want to tell our viewers that something major will happen because NSA Doval and Home Minister Amit Shah are at Amit Shah's residence. Shalini, this seems like the kind of meetings that happened before Pahalgam. After Pahalgam, after Pahalgam.
I want to give you a background of the Mewat also and why Falah University was actually, it was not only a hub, but it was, What has happened is that I have already worked and I am working in the area of Mewat and especially in Nu over there. If you see that there is a lack of educational facilities. As a matter of fact, there is a lack of any girl child going further than class 7th or 8th. Falah University over there in Mewat came in as a boon. And as a matter of fact, it came in as a boon not only for the locals over there, but people that were there surrounding over there. So actually speaking, this was a very well-planned plan, which I'm sure Javed must have been hatching since many years. Having Falah University in Mewat and having all the planning and plotting taking place in Mewat made it a place where they could hide all these kind of activities and yet have a big number of students coming in over there since there is a lack of education. Also, if you will like to go into history, the Jamaat-e-Islam, the Jamaat started in Mewat in the year 1926. So over there, you do have a lot of fan following and you do have a lot of thoughtful thinking taking place where they see that, a minority education has come in to work in our area and to bring up the educational level of our area. So one point is that. Number 2 point, you're absolutely right in saying that there was a kind of a lack in intelligence. At the same time, these are what leads to the lack of intelligence because when over there you have locals, you have students that are going there and the students are not coming back and communicating with their parents or with their neighbors or giving out information. Again, lack of education in our community, lack of social skills in our community leads to such kind of activities to bloom and blossom.
What kind of rubbish argument is that?
Bigger terrorist activities.
Well, what's rubbish? You believe, Harish, that fundamentalism and Islamist radicalization is okay as long as you can present a moderate English-speaking face? You want to present a moderate English-speaking face in front and have jihadi thought behind. That won't be allowed. This duality will not be allowed. You see, there are many jihadis who speak English and have a moderate voice. We are going to have to investigate their thinking. So many people are suggesting that entire digital footprints, internet access, background material, financial transactions of people should happen so that all these radicalized Muslims should have to be caught. You're going to have to catch radicalized Muslims. There has to be a nationwide, Harish, a nationwide operation to identify and catch radicalized Muslims. Because even if they have not done terrorist acts so far, they may do so in the future. Do you understand? So people who read radicalized literature, people who follow radicalized material, people whose habits, digital habits show radicalization to some extent, we will have to carry out a very major intensive combing operation of these people. Do you have any objection to it? Because it's going to be happening now, Harish.
No, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, then you don't cry that Muslims are being targeted.
No. Because each kind of radicalization on any religion, that too particularly.
I'm not talking about any religion.
No. One second.
These were all Muslims.
Allow me to complete.
These killers were all Muslims.
By my name, you can identify me as Islam, but I am an atheist totally. But having said that, I will make sure whoever it is, whether Islam is the one primarily who has been attacking, who has been all against the country. They have to stand for the country, but they have been colliding with the foreign nationals, that too particularly with the Pakistanis, and organizing these kind of terror attacks. We have to condemn at the highest order, that there is no second thought about it, because they are standing against the sovereignty of this country. They are standing against their own people. So whatever the mechanism which the government has to do to curb this at the nub, they have to do it. Whether this time it is a lapse or whether the Pahalgam is a lapse, whether it is a Pathankot is a lapse.
The Commando terror attack in
One second,
2022
one second.
under the incompetent nose of
I didn't disturb you. I didn't interrupt you.
was a
Give me a
radical
second. Have
Jamaati
some
called
civility.
Jamesha Mubin.
Have some civility, madam.
NK
Please,
Stalin
please, one
has
second.
never condemned radical terror.
Madam, please. Madam,
NK
please, one
Stalin has
second.
never condemned
Arnab,
jihadis.
can you please stop
NK
her?
Stalin
Arnab,
has
can
never
you please
condemned
stop her?
radical Islam.
Arnab, can
The
you please stop
United
her?
Nations says 9 out of top 10 terror organizations in the world have a radical Islamist DNA. ISIS, Jamaat Dawa, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Boko Haram,
denying that.
Hamas, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda.
Okay, Arnab,
Do you
I'm
know
going on
all the
because
top
she
9
is
terror organizations in the world have a radical Islamist
Madam,
DNA?
madam, have some civility.
You guys say
Madam,
गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक ही सजा
madam,
सरतन से
have
जुदा
some civility and
सरतन से
allow
जुदा
me to complete. Madam, have some
and
civility
you
and allow
carried
me to
out the
complete.
Kashmiri genocide
Madam,
of
have
1990
some civility.
you carried
Madam,
out the
have some
Ahmedabad
civility.
bomb blast you carried out the
Madam,
Jaipur
have-
bomb blast your Jamaatis carried out the Chinnaswamy